What if the throne you believe is forged from gold is really a trap, woven with threads of betrayal and blood? Louis Philippe I, king by design, monarch by ambition, is a center rapacious whirlwind of whispered alliances and treacherous deceptions, all masked beneath a veneer of respectability. What lurks beneath the polished surface of his reign? Shadows dance where history fears to tread, and in the corridors of power, the scent of ambition mingles with the iron tang of fear. Fools and sycophants bow to him, but they know nothing of the fires he kindles. The man who rode the tides of revolution, transforming chaos into a crown, was no mere player, he was the storm itself. Picture him, a voracious predator in the lavish jungle of the French court, cloaked in silks but armed with daggers of dark wit and cunning. Every smile a weapon, every banquet a battlefield. He knew the art of betrayal better than the poets praised their muses. Picture the blood-drenched history he inherited, the remnants of dynasties, each one a ghost haunting his every decision, each one whispering, "Will you be the last?" The spectre of Napoleon looms large, a spectre that refuses to fade, while the cries of the dispossessed echo louder with each passing day. Can you hear it? The distant roar of revolution, the pulse of the street, hungry for change, and hungry for blood. Every move he made was a high-stakes game of chess, each piece a pawn in the hands of fate. The people adored him, but love is a fickle mistress. One misstep, and the guillotine waits, grinning with glee. Imagine the tension in those candlelit chambers, where loyalty is a currency that fluctuates with the whims of fortune. Who can be trusted? The answers swirl like smoke, intoxicating and treacherous. As his reign spirals into chaos, the intrigue thickens like a dark sauce simmering on a low flame. Who was he, really? The king of the people, or a puppet dancing on strings pulled by unseen hands? Was he a visionary leading France into modernity, or a charlatan clutching at the fading echoes of power? The lines blur. Factions form, alliances fracture, and the air crackles with the energy of impending doom. Secrets scuttle in the shadows like rats, and each revelation is a dagger aimed at a heart that beats with the rhythm of uncertainty. The air is heavy with the weight of expectation and despair. Who will fall first? As we peer into the abyss of Louis Philippe's empire, the answers beckon like sirens, seductive and deadly. What fate awaits a ruler who dances on the precipice of revolution? The clock is ticking. History is watching. And you? You're about to find out just how deep the rabbit hole goes. Or maybe, just maybe, you've stumbled upon something far more dangerous than you ever anticipated. The truth has teeth. Will you dare to bite? The clock in the dimly lit chamber didn't just tick, it thundered, each second ricocheting off the stone walls like the pulse of a dying heart. Shadows danced, stretching and shrinking, capturing the essence of fear and regret. There, in the creaking wood of an ancient castle, a child named Louis Philippe I crouched, breath held, eyes wide, terrified of the storm raging outside. The tempest mirrored the chaos within, a world unraveling at the seams, where loyalties shifted like the wind, and whispers of revolution crackled in the air like lightning. I remember the cold. The chill seeped into my bones, but the real frost came from the fear of losing everything. My mother, the radiant queen, was a beacon of light, her laughter turning the castle's oppressive silence into a symphony. But laughter could be a mere echo in the haunting halls, slipping through fingers like sand. I could feel her anxiety, a tremor in her delicate hands, a fleeting shadow across her ever-smiling face. She was caught in a world of facades, masking the dread that seeped like dark ink into our lives. And then there was my father, the Duke. A man whose ambitions towered over the family like a looming, jagged mountain. I watched him from the corners of my eyes, his fiery gaze fixed on something beyond our reach, something that perhaps only the heavens could witness. I caught glimpses of his disappointments, each failure was a wave crashing against the fortress of his pride. He was a flawed man, endlessly chasing glory in a world that often turned its back on the dreamers. It was both terrifying and awe-inspiring to see him transform from a loving father into a raging tempest, his voice booming through the halls, demanding honor and loyalty, as if they were tangible objects to be grasped. I remember the nights filled with whispers, oh, those dreadful, sweet whispers. They slithered through the corridors, wrapping around my thoughts like a serpent. My mother would pull me close, her arms a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. "Do not listen, my love," she would murmur, her voice quivering, "for the world is a cruel place." But how could I not listen? The air crackled with tales of revolution, of bloodshed, of dreams turned to nightmares. Each story was a blade, and I was the helpless child, caught in its flickering edge. The world outside our castle walls was alive with rebellion, a cacophony of voices rising against the tyranny of the crown. The streets pulsed with fervor, citizens driven by a hunger for change, a thirst for freedom that echoed in their chants. I felt the ground tremble beneath me, a reminder that the very foundation of our lives rested upon a knife's edge. I would often sit by the window, the chill from the stone biting against my skin, watching the distant flickers of torches illuminating the night, a sign of the storm brewing far beyond my reach. "Louis!" My father's voice shattered my reverie, raw and jagged as broken glass. "You must learn to be strong." The command rang out, thick with expectation, but beneath it lay a current of desperation. He wanted a son to carry his name, a child who would rise above the tumult, yet I felt the weight of that legacy settling like a heavy cloak on my small shoulders. "Be a leader," he would say, his words wrapping around my heart like chains, constraining yet compelling. A leader does not tremble. But all I could do was tremble at the thought of what lay ahead. In those moments, I often turned to my mother, seeking solace in her fierce love. She was a tempest of her own, fierce as the summer storms that raged outside our castle, yet soft enough to cradle my fears. "You are not just a pawn in their game, my dear. You are more than they ever will be," she whispered, her voice steady despite the chaos swirling around us. But even that could not assuage the sense of impending doom, a sense that we were all players in a tragic farce, the curtain about to rise on a bloody performance. I remember the day I grasped the truth: the world was not kind to those who hesitated. The echoes of laughter faded, replaced by the clamor of the mob, a visceral reminder that change was coming, and it would not knock politely. I watched my father's eyes darken, as if the very heavens conspired against him, and I felt a deep twist in my chest, a child's agony at witnessing a father's downfall. It was a crucible of emotion, every heartbeat a reminder of the lives entwined in this perilous dance. The candles flickered, shadows flitting across the stone walls as I sat in silence. I was a boy caught between two worlds, the weight of my lineage pressing down like a gavel, sealing my fate with each tick of the relentless clock. I could hear the whispers of history, the cries of the people, the storms of change crashing against the bastions of the privileged. My mother's laughter faded into the night, her silhouette dissolving into the darkness, and with it, the warmth of my childhood. I remember the moment I understood that love and fear were intertwined, like the roots of trees tangled deep beneath the earth. It was a revelation that cut deeper than any sword. In the echoing silence of the night, the shadows loomed larger than life, and the clock continued its haunting rhythm, each tick a heartbeat, each heartbeat a promise of what was to come. As the storm outside raged on, I felt it, a flickering flame igniting within me. The echoes of revolution stirred, beckoning me closer, daring me to choose sides. My heart raced. The world was shifting, and I was caught in its relentless tide. The whispers grew louder, full of promises and threats, and I was left standing at the edge of a precipice, gazing into the abyss that awaited. The night was thick with anticipation, and I just knew, that there was no turning back now. The sound of a distant drumbeat echoed through the dimly lit chamber, reverberating in Louis Philippe's chest like a pulse of impending doom. Shadows danced against the cracked plaster walls, flickering like the hopes of those who whispered incessantly about liberty and equality, dreams as fragile and fleeting as the fleeting touches of a mother's hand. The revolution was not a mere backdrop, it was an insatiable beast clawing at the edges of his childhood, gnawing through innocence with its jagged teeth. I remember the moment the windows shattered. Glass exploded like the first cry of a dying star, raining down around us as shouts of revolutionaries flooded the streets below. Liberty, they cried, and though I had always thought it to be a noble cause, the way they screamed it made me think of wild animals, driven mad by desperation. My heart raced, my breath quickened. I would find myself small, so achingly small against the tide of history crashing through Paris with the fury of 1,000 storms. "Philippe, stay close!" My father's voice sliced through the cacophony, sharp and urgent. His eyes, usually so soft, burned with a fire that terrified me. He was a man caught between worlds, an aristocrat by birth, a fugitive by circumstance. Always torn, always running. I could see the lines on his forehead deepen as he turned to confront the gathering chaos outside our door, a soldier at war with his own conscience. I didn't understand the war within him, but I felt it like a riptide pulling me under. I remember the smell of smoke, thick and suffocating, mingling with the scent of panic. My father's hand gripped my shoulder tightly, both a comfort and a shackle. He was a man of principles, yet as I watched him wrestle with fear, doubt seeped into his veins, twisting them like vines around a dying tree. He loved the crown as much as he loathed it, a paradox so intricate, it made my head spin. Philippe, my sister, Marie, cried out, her voice a tremor in the chaos. She was only a few years older than me, yet she often seemed like a beacon in the dark. Her eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering torchlight from the street, an eerie glow that showcased her innocence amidst the madness. What if they come for us? Her voice was a whisper, a fragile thing that hung in the air, suspended like a moment before a storm. Fear bloomed in her chest like a dark flower, roots digging deep into her soul. Don't worry, Marie, I said, though my voice quaked, betraying the resolve I desperately wanted to possess. I was supposed to protect her, but inside, I was unraveling, thread by thread. I wished for courage, but all I could feel was the weight of uncertainty pressing down on me, suffocating. Outside, the sounds grew more frenzied. I remember the wild laughter, the cries of rebellion clashing with the cries of despair. The streets of Paris were stained with a darkness I couldn't understand, a chaos so profound it made the very air feel electric. My father's grip tightened on my shoulder as the beat of the drum grew louder, merging with the erratic rhythm of my heart. Run, he yelled, suddenly, as though the world itself had split open. The command cut through the cacophony, sharp and clear. I didn't think. I bolted, dragging Marie with me as we dashed down the corridor, the floor beneath our feet trembling like the pulse of a wounded beast. Each step was a heartbeat, each breath a prayer. But what were we praying for? Survival? Freedom? Or perhaps for something as simple and elusive as peace? I remember the night we took refuge in a crumbling church, the air thick with incense and something darker, fear, perhaps, or the ghosts of those who had lost everything. The flicker of candles cast long shadows, silhouettes of saints that seemed to watch with pitying eyes. We huddled together, my father trying to comfort Marie with stories of better times, tales of laughter and love, while I sat in silence, my heart a heavy stone, pressing against my ribs. Louis, what will happen to us? Marie asked, her voice trembling. Her innocence was a knife, cutting through the veneer of my bravado. I had no answer, only the gnawing sensation that the world as I knew it was crumbling like the very walls around us. Tomorrow is a new day, my father said, but I could see the doubt flickering in his eyes. Tomorrow. That word hung like a promise wrapped in a threat, a hope laced with despair. The irony wasn't lost on me. In a world where revolutions were born from the ashes of dreams, how could we cling to something so nebulous? We were children, trapped in the crossfire of ideals we didn't fully comprehend. I remember the whispers that floated through the air like a ghostly fog. The king's days are numbered, they said. The people are rising. Each word was a knife, cutting deeper into the fabric of our lives. My father would clench his jaw, his brow furrowing as he listened to tales of uprisings and executions, of lives lost in the name of freedom, of blood spilled on cobblestones that once echoed with laughter. In those moments, I saw the man he was torn apart, the aristocrat, the father, the human being caught in a tempest he didn't create. And I felt anger rise within me, a fire that burned hot and fierce. How could he have everything and yet feel so hollow? But alongside that anger, a deep-seated fear blossomed, twisting my stomach into knots. What would our lives look like when the dust settled? Would it be freedom or chains? A new beginning or a darker chapter? The revolution loomed over us like a spectre, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were mere pawns on a chessboard, manipulated by hands we could not see. I remember the moment the clock struck midnight. Time hung heavy, the ticking echoing like a heartbeat in the silence. Marie trembled beside me, her small frame shivering in the cold air. The revolution was a wild beast, a storm waiting to unleash itself upon us. I could feel it in my bones, in the marrow of my being. And in that moment, staring into the haunting darkness, I understood we were forged in this fire. The revolution was not just happening around us, it was igniting something within us, something fierce and untamed. Yet, even as I felt that spark, a cold dread settled in my chest. Who would rise stronger from these ashes? Would it be the children of privilege, or the children of the storm? In that flickering light, as shadows danced and the world raged outside, I held onto my sister's hand. I squeezed it tight, not out of promise or protection, but out of sheer desperation. We were caught in a web spun by fate itself, an intertwining of lives that would change everything. And as dawn approached, I realized the revolution was not just a political upheaval, it was the crucible of our very souls. The clock struck midnight, its echoing chime slicing through the heavy silence of the dimly lit chamber. I stood there, heart racing, breath shallow, as if the very walls had ears. Shadows danced on the stone, twisting into grotesque shapes, whispering secrets of a past that clawed at my throat, my bloodline sins, the ghosts of kings and queens who once wielded power like a sword, now mere phantoms in the darkness. I could almost hear them, their laughter ringing hollow, a mocking chorus of my own inadequacies. I remember the chill of the marble floor beneath my bare feet, the way it seeped into my bones, numbing me against the warmth of ambition, the fire of youth. I was only 16, a boy standing on the precipice of manhood, yet I felt like a marionette pulled by the strings of a merciless fate, my destiny written in blood and betrayal. The Bourbon Restoration, what a romantic, poetic title for such a grotesque ballet of power. I was the youngest of the royal brood, and yet, the weight of history was like a noose around my neck. There was a knock, sharp and insistent, jolting me back. It was Margot, my sister, the fierce flame in our family, a tempest of passion and rebellion. Her eyes, always bright, were clouded with fear. "They're coming for us, Henri. They want your head." I remember her voice quivering, a steel thread stitched with panic, and the way it twisted my heart. I could see the shadows in her eyes, our doubt, dread, the suffocating realization that our lineage, our birthright, was a curse wrapped in velvet. Our family's blood, once revered, was now a target for the anger of a revolution that had outgrown its own ideals. "Let them come," I found myself saying, the defiance burning hot in my chest. I was a prince, after all, wasn't I? Yet, even as the words left my lips, I felt the tremor beneath them. The ghosts in the walls laughed again, a cruel reminder that privilege is a fragile veil, easily torn away. I could feel the air thickening, the room closing in. We were trapped, not just within these stone walls but within the expectations of a world that demanded we be more than we could ever be. I thought of my father, Louis, a man whose very name conjured images of opulence and tragedy. A king who played chess with lives, yet never saw the endgame coming for himself. Margot stepped closer, her fingers trembling as they brushed against mine, grounding me in that chaotic storm. "You can't be a martyr, Henri. This isn't just about you. It's about us, about what comes next." I remember the fire in her eyes, fierce and wild, a reflection of the revolution that raged outside those gates. "Next," I echoed, the word tasting bitter. What future awaited us? I wanted to scream at the heavens, demand answers from the stars that shined indifferently over our struggle. Suddenly, the air shifted, a gust of wind, a harbinger of dread that sent shivers down my spine. From the window, I could hear the distant roar of a crowd, a sea of voices rising and falling like a tide of despair. They were calling for justice, for blood. I grasped Margot's hand tighter, feeling the pulse of fear coursing through her. "We can't let them take you." "I won't let them," she whispered, and I could hear the tremor in her voice, the underlying current of desperation. Each heartbeat felt like a drum roll, signaling a climax that was yet to come. I pictured myself, standing before the crowd, a figure bathed in the light of 1,000 torches, my fate hanging like a pendulum. Execution was a public affair, a spectacle, like watching a dark play unfold, with me as the tragic hero. I longed to rise above it, to be the warrior, the savior. But in that moment, standing beside my sister, I felt small, like a footnote in a history written by others. I can't run, I confessed, the weight of truth settling heavy between us. What would they say? What would you say? A flicker of understanding crossed Margot's face. They'll say you were brave, that you stood for something bigger than yourself. This is our legacy, Unri. I wanted to laugh, the absurdity of it all striking me like a slap. A legacy of blood-stained hands and empty thrones. You really think bravery will save us? I challenged, pushing back against the tides of despair. Look at what they've done to our family. Look at our father. The silence that followed was deafening, thick with the weight of unspoken fears. I remembered my mother's face, pale and drawn, the way she had clutched her rosary, murmuring prayers into the void. I felt the tears prick my eyes, an embarrassing betrayal that I fought to contain. I remember when they executed the rebels last month. They paraded their heads on pikes, like trophies, I said, the grotesque image seared into my mind. How could I ever forget? But Margot, fierce and relentless, pressed on. And that's why we must fight, Unri. We are not just pawns in their game. We are the pieces that can change everything. The fire in her words ignited something within me, a flicker of hope against despair. I could feel it building, like a wave crashing against the shore. But even in my heart, I felt the shadows lurking, whispering that hope is a dangerous thing, a fragile glass that shatters at the slightest touch. The knocking grew louder, more frantic, shadows twisting as the door rattled against the frame. My mind raced, who would come for me? Who would dare breach this sanctuary? The air grew thick, charged with an electric tension that made me want to run, to hide, to pull the covers over my head and wish this nightmare away. But then, what was left to hide from? I turned to Margot, and in her eyes, I found the reflection of my own turmoil, the same fear, the same yearning for something greater. Whatever happens, remember that we faced it together, I said, the words heavy with unspoken promises. As the door burst open, the chaos of our world spilled into the room, a flurry of guards, shouting, swords glinting like stars against the dark. I stood there, my pulse quickening, my thoughts racing. Would I fight, or would I submit? Would I embrace the shadows, or would I let the light of my sister's courage guide me? There was no time for answers, only the electric pulse of adrenaline surging through my veins. In that moment, as the voices rose around me, I became more than a prince, I became a heartbeat, a flame flickering in the darkness, ready to face whatever awaited beyond the threshold. And as I looked into Margot's eyes, I knew that our story was only just beginning, the shadows ahead stretching endlessly into the night, a labyrinth of fate that promised both terror and triumph. I was ready to step into the chaos, to face the ghosts of my lineage, to forge a new path in the ruins of the past. The wind howled through the empty streets of New York City like a banshee, mournful and relentless. Dim streetlights flickered as if they too were uncertain of the shadows they cast. Louis Philippe stood beneath their pallid glow, an exile, a king without a crown, a spectre made flesh. The city pulsed around him, each heartbeat a reminder of the world he had lost, Paris, where laughter once echoed through palatial halls, now a ghost town in his memory. I remember, he whispered, the words like smoke curling from his lips, lost to the night. He could almost see the opulence of his former life, the silks and sand swirling in grand ballrooms, the clinking of glasses filled with the finest wines. But here, among the shadows of the city that never sleeps, he was just another man, another lost soul adrift in the fog of his own making. And yet, he wasn't alone. A figure loomed in the alleyway, faintly illuminated by the dying flames of a nearby barrel. It was a woman, her face obscured by the shadows, but her eyes glimmered with a ferocity that could ignite the night. Her name was Adrienne, and she was as much an exile as he was, her past clinging to her like a second skin. "What do you dream of, Philippe?" she asked, her voice low and haunting, drawing him closer. "I dream of a throne," he replied, the bitterness biting at his tongue. It was a treacherous dream, one that weighed heavy in his heart. A throne that was never meant for him, a crown that had slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. But the ache of longing was insatiable, a hunger that gnawed at him, relentless. "I dream of freedom," Adrienne countered, her words slicing through the air. "Freedom from the chains of a past that won't let go." Her throat tightened as she spoke, the memory of her own exile, of fleeing the guillotine's kiss, still fresh like a wound. She had seen too much, lost too much, and yet the fire in her spirit refused to be snuffed out. They stood together, two broken souls in a city that felt too vast, too indifferent. The streets around them whispered secrets, tales of desperation and hope, of dreams pursued and dreams shattered. They were ghosts, fading in and out of existence, echoing in the hearts of those who had lost everything. "I remember," Philippe said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The laughter of my children, the warmth of their small hands in mine." The weight of his memories crushed him, each recollection an anchor dragging him into an abyss. He could almost hear their laughter as they danced through the gardens of the Tuileries, their joy a stark contrast to the shadows that now enveloped him. Adrienne stepped closer, her eyes ablaze with empathy. "And you can't let that go." He shook his head, the movement slow and heavy, as if he were trapped in a dream from which he couldn't awaken. "How do I let go of what was? The life I was meant to lead?" He was on the precipice of despair, teetering on the edge of his own sorrow. "The past is a ghost," she said fiercely, a spark of defiance igniting in her gaze. "It haunts us, yes, but it doesn't define us. We are the architects of our future." Her words pierced through the fog, igniting something within him, an ember of hope. But just as quickly, doubt clawed its way back in. "What if I can't? What if this exile is all I'll ever know?" The silence that followed was thick, almost suffocating. The city around them was alive with the sounds of life, laughter, music, clattering dishes from nearby taverns, but all he could hear was the echo of his own despair. The clock struck midnight, the chime reverberating through the alley, a somber reminder that time would not wait for him, that it would continue to march onward, indifferent to his suffering. But Adrienne reached out, her fingers brushing against his arm, a fleeting connection that sparked electricity. "Then we will carve a new path together. We will write our own story." In that moment, he saw it, a flicker of possibility, a chance to rise from the ashes of their pasts. The warmth of her hand ignited something deep within him, a fire that battled against the cold darkness of despair. They stood there, caught in the fragile space between hope and fear, two souls intertwined in the promise of something greater. Yet, the danger was never far behind. Shadows lurked, eyes watching from the corners of the city, whispers of betrayal echoing in the night. Louis Philippe felt it, the presence that threatened to unravel everything. The weight of his past could crush him, or it could fuel the fire of rebellion. "We must move, Adrienne," he urged, urgency lacing his voice. "If we wait any longer, the shadows will consume us." And so, they fled into the labyrinthine streets, hearts pounding in sync, the rhythm of their drums drowning out the fear that nipped at their heels. Every corner turned, every alley traversed was a step away from the ghosts that haunted them, a defiant shout against the inevitability of their fates. But the city, with its towering buildings that seemed to scrape the heavens, still loomed over them, a reminder of their insignificance. Philippe knew this was more than just a flight, it was an uprising against the weight of history, the history that had branded him a traitor, an outcast, an exile. "I remember," he thought, the memory swirling like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. "I remember the thrill of power, the taste of ambition." Those memories were bittersweet, a reminder of both what he had lost and what he still craved. And as they raced through the shadows, a new reality began to form, a possibility, a spark of rebellion igniting in the depths of their shared despair. They were bound by their pasts, yes, but they were also bound by a determination to redefine their futures. In the darkness, under the cover of night, they could rise. Time had no mercy, but perhaps, just perhaps, they could seize it, wrestle it into submission, and carve their names into the annals of history. And as they vanished into the night, the clock continued to tick, a reminder that every heartbeat counted, every breath was a step toward something impossibly brighter. The shadows might linger, but they were no longer afraid. They had each other, and that was the beginning of everything. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and something far worse, fear. A group of men stood huddled against the wall of a crumbling alley, peering into the chaos that spilled from the grand boulevards of Paris. Shadows danced across the cobblestones, and the distant roar of the crowd pulsated like a heartbeat, threatening to swallow them whole. "God save us," Antoine muttered, his voice nearly lost in the cacophony, a whisper against a storm, but the words felt like stones lodged in his throat. I remember the days leading up to this moment, the weight of our hopes, our dreams, crushed beneath the boot of tyranny. The July sun hung low in the sky, a bruised orange, bleeding into the horizon as if signaling the end of something sacred. And yet, within this twilight, the crackling tension of revolution crackled through the air like an electric current. We were alive, but at what cost? Antoine's fingers drummed on the hilt of his blade, a reflex born of desperation. He was a man of the people, his heart beat for the countless souls who had suffered under Charles' excess reign of opulence while they starved. But with each passing moment, self-doubt gnawed at him, as persistent as the gnawing hunger in his belly. "What if we fail?" he whispered to himself, the words lingering like ashes in the air. Across the street, Marie watched, her heart pounding in rhythm with the thrumming crowd. The turmoil outside mirrored the tempest within her. How could she stand by, knowing the revolution was upon them while she felt imprisoned in her own life? She was meant to be a lady, shackled by the expectations of society, yet her soul screamed for freedom. The silks that trailed behind her felt like chains. Today, she would tear them away. "I remember the taste of rebellion," she murmured, the words slipping from her lips with familiar ease, as if they were long-lost friends. "The sweet nectar of defiance." She clenched her fists, feeling the rough fabric of her dress beneath her fingers, a reminder of her confinement. But something in her stirred, an ember igniting into flame. The spark of a new world awaited, if only she could muster the courage. In the chaos, the sound of a gunshot splintered the air, ringing with the sharpness of shattered glass. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, every heart skipping a beat. A revolutionary had fallen, the earth drinking in his blood. Antoine staggered, his grip tightening around his weapon as he fought the urge to flee, to run back to the safety of the shadows. "No! Not now," he cried, as if the universe could hear him. The cries of the wounded filled the void, a symphony of agony that clawed at the very fabric of his being. But Marie stood frozen, her breath caught in her throat, the chaos swirling around her like a tempest. She had dreamed of this, longed for the moment when she could cast off the mask of propriety, yet now that it was here, she felt the weight of reality crushing down. "Why do you hesitate?" a voice whispered in her mind, a dark echo of the past. "You've wished for change. You've prayed for justice." The familiar specter of doubt loomed larger, threatening to engulf her. As if sensing her struggle, Antoine turned his gaze toward her, their eyes locking amidst the swirling mass of bodies. The connection was electric, a flicker of recognition amidst the turmoil. He knew, in that instant, that they were bound by the same unraveling fate. "We can't turn back, Marie," he swore, his voice steady despite the tremors coursing through him. "This is our moment. This is for all of us." With a deep inhale that felt like drawing in the essence of life itself, she surged forward, propelled by something greater than fear. "Then let's not waste it," she shouted, her voice cutting through the din, rising above despair like a lighthouse in a storm. But shadows loomed everywhere, men in uniforms, faces twisted with hatred, brandishing rifles that gleamed ominously under the fading sun. They were the ghosts of oppression, and they would not allow the flicker of hope to ignite. The clash was imminent, a confrontation that would etch itself into the annals of history. Antoine's heart raced, a pulse of adrenaline coursing through his veins, blurring the line between bravery and recklessness. "Protect the people," he roared, the command tearing from him like a battle cry. A surge of energy ignited the crowd, a tide of humanity rushing toward the enemy. The fear that once paralyzed him melted away, replaced by a clarity that sliced through the fog of chaos. It was a dance of fate, each heartbeat synchronizing with the rhythm of revolution. The clashing of metal and the cries of the wounded became a haunting melody, a requiem for the fallen and a hymn for the brave. The lines between right and wrong blurred, every life lost became a thread in the tapestry of change. Amidst the upheaval, Marie felt alive, her spirit soaring. She was no longer a mere spectator in her own life but a fierce warrior woven into the fabric of this fight. "This is where I belong," she thought, a bittersweet realization washing over her. The taste of freedom was on her lips, and she would not let it slip away. But the tide of battle was unforgiving. With each pulse of adrenaline came the cold grip of reality, loss, betrayal, and the specter of defeat. Antoine stumbled, grappling with the weight of his choices, the lives he would change forever. What if we're wrong, he wondered, but the answer lay buried beneath the roar of the crowd, vibrating in the very marrow of his bones. And then something shifted. In the eye of the storm, a figure emerged, a man of royal blood, a constitutional monarch waiting to be born in the ashes of tyranny. He stood among the chaos, a beacon of hope and uncertainty, and the crowd surged around him, a living tide, drawn to the flame of possibility. The July monarchy was rising, but the question loomed, heavy and unyielding: would it flourish or fall? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the city in shades of crimson and darkening shadows, Antoine and Marie stood together, breathless, hearts pounding in unison. They were the harbingers of change, caught in a whirlwind of history that threatened to consume them. They had taken their stand, but the battle had only just begun. Fate would test them, push them to their limits, and the cosmos watched, holding its breath as the tide of revolution surged onward, unstoppable and fierce. The clock struck 10, its sound echoing through the dimly lit chambers of the Palais Royal, a hollow reminder that time was running out. The air was thick with tension, the scent of betrayal hanging like a heavy fog. I remember the whispers, the voices of the Orleans family, a lineage entwined with ambition, fear, and the weight of history. Each heartbeat counted down to chaos, each breath a silent scream. In that moment, the shadows danced on the walls, grotesque shapes that mirrored the turmoil within. In the flickering candlelight, Philippe, the Duke of Orleans, stood at the center of it all, his fingers trembling as he clutched a letter stained with ink and sweat. The words burned into his mind: "This is your moment, Philippe. Seize it or lose everything." He was no stranger to the taste of power, the intoxicating rush that came with every maneuver, every whispered secret. Yet, doubt gnawed at him like a hungry wolf. His heart raced, the thud echoing in his ears. What if his ambition led to ruin? What if he lost more than he gained? The ghosts of his ancestors loomed large, their eyes piercing through the veil of time, judging, watching. And then there was Marguerite, his sister, a tempest of emotion, a heart ablaze with fierce loyalty and wild dreams. She flitted through the shadows, a specter of hope and despair. "Philippe," she called, her voice a frantic melody, trembling with urgency. "You cannot turn back now. The people need you." Her eyes sparkled with fervor, but behind that fire lay the flicker of fear of losing him to a world that devoured men whole. She remembered the stories their mother told, of glory, of blood-stained thrones, of the cost of betrayal. They haunted her, a relentless chorus that whispered in the dead of night. "If you hesitate, the crown will slip away like sand through your fingers." Outside, the streets of Paris simmered with unrest. The scent of revolution wafted through the air, mingling with the smoke of burning dreams. "I remember," Philippe thought, "the laughter of the people, their cries for justice, their hopes woven into the fabric of this city. A city that could rise or fall on the tip of a blade." He could feel the pulse of the masses, each heartbeat a reminder that they were alive, yearning for change. But would they find it in him? Or would he become just another ghost in the annals of history? The tension crackled like the air before a storm, and Philippe's thoughts spiraled. He was torn between the weight of his family's legacy and the overwhelming desire to carve his own path. What does it mean to be an Orleans, he pondered. A puppet dancing on the strings of fate, or a man who dares to cut them? The room felt smaller, closing in on him like the walls of a cage. Shadows whispered, their voices a mixture of encouragement and warning. Every choice would etch itself into the tapestry of time, every decision a thread in the loom of destiny. Marguerite watched her brother, the flicker of despair mingling with pride. She was torn, caught between her love for him and the fear of what he might become. "Philippe," she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Promise me you won't forget who you are. We come from a line of kings, but we are so much more than that. We are the voice of the people." Her words hung in the air, an emotional weight pressing upon them both. In that instant, she could see the conflict within him, the battle between ambition and humanity. Would he remain true to his roots, or would he lose himself in the pursuit of power? As if summoned by her plea, The door burst open, and a figure cloaked in shadows strode in, a messenger cloaked in determination and dread. He bore news that could reshape the destiny of the Orleans family, the fragile thread of their influence teetering on the edge of oblivion. "My lord," he gasped, breathless and urgent. "The people march. They seek a leader. They wish to tear down the old and rise anew." His words sliced through the air, igniting the room with a fierce energy. Philippe felt the blood rush to his head, the intoxicating thrill of possibility mingling with the chilling grasp of fear. What if the people found their leader in him? What if he failed them, or worse, betrayed them? The dichotomy of his existence crashed upon him like waves against jagged rocks. He was a man of the people, but also a man of privilege. I remember the faces of those who looked to me, he thought. Their hopes, their dreams, all resting on my shoulders. But would he be their savior or their downfall? In that moment, Marguerite stepped closer, the warmth of her presence a counterpoint to the chill that enveloped them. "Philippe, you must act," she urged, her voice a desperate plea wrapped in love. "Every second we waste brings us closer to darkness. Do not let fear bind you. You are more than what they expect. You are our future." Her eyes shimmered with intensity, urging him to break free from the chains of doubt that threatened to engulf him. And just as the storm clouds gathered outside, an ominous silence wrapped around them, thick and suffocating. The world outside seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the Orleans family to decide their fate. Would they rise as heroes or fall as whispers in the dark? As uncertainty hung palpably in the air, Philippe felt the weight of history pressing down on him like a leaden shroud, the echoes of his ancestors imploring him to act, to choose, to become more than the blood that coursed through his veins. With the flickering candles casting ghostly shadows on the walls, the stage was set for a confrontation that would ripple through time. The Orleans family stood on the precipice, the edge of a chasm that could swallow them whole, or launch them into greatness. As Philippe took a deep breath, he understood, this was not just about power, this was about legacy, about the soul of a nation, about life and death entwined. The choice lay before him, raw and vivid, a thread woven into the fabric of history that could never be unwoven. And as the clock continued its relentless ticking, they all felt it, the pulse of a revolution waiting to ignite, the heartbeat of a family caught in the storm of fate. The sky hung low over Paris, a tapestry of grey, heavy with the promise of rain. In the distance, a bell tolled, its mournful clamour slicing through the damp air, reverberating in the hearts of those who dared to listen. The city felt alive, quaking with an intensity that buzzed beneath the skin, an electric current of fear and hope intertwining, a sensory overload. I stood on the cobblestones, the chill seeping through my bones, every heartbeat echoing the tension that thickened the air like smoke. I remember Charles, his jaw set tight, eyes glinting with a fervour that could ignite the very air around him. His fists clenched, knuckles white against the backdrop of a revolution about to burst forth like a dam. There was something in his gaze, a fire that danced dangerously close to the edge of madness, and I could feel the weight of his ambition, his desperation, clawing at him, gnawing like a ravenous beast. "We are the storm," he shouted, and the words hung there, a challenge and a promise, electrifying the crowd that swelled around us, hungry for change, for blood, for the taste of freedom. Beside him, Elise, her spirit as fierce as the wind that howled through the streets, grasped a banner, the fabric torn but still vibrant with the colors of the people, a tattered flag that was more than cloth, it was a lifeline, a plea, a scream for liberation. I could see her trembling, not from fear, but from the weight of her conviction. Each breath she took seemed to draw in the very essence of the revolution, the pulse of the people, their hopes and dreams swirling around us like the fog that clung to the Seine. "We cannot stand aside any longer," she said, her voice steady, cutting through the chaos like a knife. "If we do, we will drown in their shadows." But shadows loomed, darker than ever, as the bourgeoisie tightened their grip on the city's heart, stifling the very air we breathed. I saw their faces, slick with disdain, floating behind glass windows, sipping wine while the world outside burned. They were oblivious, wrapped in their silks and brocades, while we stood like kindling, waiting for the spark. Every moment stretched, every second a taut string, the tension building with each whispered promise of revolution. I remember kneeling on the ground, the cool stones biting into my knees, heart racing as I took in the faces around me. Young men with fire in their eyes, older souls weighed down by years of silence, mothers clutching children, their faces etched with fear and hope, desperation and resolve. Each one was a thread, weaving into a tapestry that sang a song of rebellion, a melody that thrummed beneath the surface, building to a fever pitch, waiting for the right moment to explode. A flicker of movement caught my eye. A soldier, his uniform crisp against the grime of the streets, marching with an air of arrogance, a sneer etched on his lips, a gun slung over his shoulder like a trophy. My heart pounded, rage bubbling beneath the surface. He didn't see us as people, just faceless masses, pawns on a chessboard. But oh, how his world would shatter. How the tables would turn. Elise's voice rose again, a clarion call. They think we are weak. They think we will cower. But we are the storm. The crowd roared, a primal sound reverberating in the pit of my stomach, sending shivers down my spine. That was it, the moment of ignition. And then, chaos. A shot rang out, deafening, echoing through the narrow alleys, shattering the fragile bubble of hope. Time froze. I watched as Charles fell, a marionette severed from its strings, the light dimming in his eyes, the fire extinguished before it could truly blaze. I felt my heart stop. Elise screamed, a sound that clawed its way through the air, raw and unfiltered. In that moment, the world tilted on its axis, and I was drawn into the maelstrom, the blood, the screams, the visceral reality of revolution. The crowd surged forward, a wave of bodies, a torrent of rage and grief. I was swept into their midst, my feet barely touching the ground as we surged toward the soldiers, a pack of wolves ready to devour the betrayal that had festered for too long. I remember the exhilaration of that moment, the rush of adrenaline, the clarity that comes from knowing you are alive, truly alive, amidst the chaos. The streets of Paris became a battlefield, cobblestones slick with blood and dreams. I could smell the gunpowder mingling with the rain, the metallic taste of fear lingering on my tongue, a reminder of what we stood to gain or lose. Elise stood tall, defiant among the chaos, a beacon of hope in a world gone mad. I could see her, illuminated by the flickering torches, her silhouette cast against the flames of a barricade that rose like a phoenix. She fought not just for herself, but for every soul who had ever felt the sting of oppression, the weight of silence. For Charles, she screamed, and her voice cut through the cacophony, igniting something deep within the hearts of those around her. And then I saw him, the soldier, the one who had mocked us, his sneer replaced by wide eyes filled with fear, the gun trembling in his grip. In that fleeting moment, I sensed the fragility of our humanity. He was a man, just like us, caught in a web spun from the very same threads of ambition and despair. We were all creatures of this tempest, dancing on the edge of a blade, between life and death, freedom and servitude. But that thought flickered away, extinguished by the roar of the crowd, the thundering of feet on stone, the world collapsing into a singular point of focus. We were the storm, and the storm would rage. Around us, shadows deepened, the weight of history pressing in like a vice, and we were swept away, carried into the frenzy of a revolution that would carve itself into the annals of time, a moment so raw, so visceral, it felt as though the very stars in the cosmos held their breath, watching us, waiting. I remember the echoes of that day, the faces, the emotion swirling in the air like smoke, the uncertainty of what we were becoming. I remember the revolution that was not merely a clash of swords, but a surge of souls, a fight for life against the looming spectre of oppression. Each heartbeat drifted into the next, as time blurred and twisted, an unending cycle of hope and despair, life and death. And as we surged forward, I felt the grip of something greater, an awakening, a realization that this was not the end, but a beginning, a turning point that would echo through the ages, a moment that would never truly end. The night was an abyss, thick with the scent of damp earth and fear, as I stood in the shadows of the crumbling ramparts. The distant echoes of clanging swords and the frantic cries of men filled the air, a symphony of chaos that rattled every bone in my body. I could feel the pulse of the storm, a dark symphony resonating with the despair of a people caught between loyalty and rebellion. I remember the way the moon hung low, a ghostly witness to the unfolding drama, casting an eerie glow on the cobblestones, illuminating every crack in the city's facade. Louis Philippe, a man caught in the undertow of history, stood at the edge of the crowd, his breath shallow, his heart racing like a thunderstorm. I could see the weight of expectation settle on his shoulders, a mantle too heavy for those who know too well the taste of treachery. He was a figure cloaked in uncertainty, torn between the dreams of a republic and the chains of a throne. The kingdom trembled, and so did he. What was he thinking? Was it ambition that flickered behind his eyes, or the haunting echoes of his family's fall from grace? Around him, the crowd surged like a tide, a river of raw emotion that threatened to drown him in its fervor. I remember the faces, some alight with hope, others shadowed by despair. There was Marie, her spirit like a candle flickering in the wind, her passion igniting the very air around her. She had fought for the cause, her voice a battle cry for the downtrodden, but now it trembled with doubt. "What if we're wrong?" she whispered to the night, the question curling into the darkness like smoke. And then there was Gerard, a man shaped by loss, his heart hardened yet battered by the tides of fate. He had once stood in the glow of a better time, surrounded by laughter and love, but now his joy lay in ruins. "Louis," he called out, his voice a low rumble of thunder, "can you feel it? The pulse of history? The weight of all that came before us?" His eyes shone with a desperate intensity, the desperation of a man who felt the world slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. I remember the tension, electric and suffocating. Louis turned to face them, the light of conviction igniting within him. "We can change this," he said, his voice a fragile thread woven with urgency. But could he? The memories of past failures clung to him like shadows, whispering doubts that threatened to swallow him whole. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a reminder of the price of ambition. The clock struck midnight, a low ominous chime that resonated through the streets, a harbinger of change. The city shuddered, caught in a moment suspended between past and future, and I felt the air thicken with the weight of hope. A single torch flickered in the hands of a bystander, casting wild shadows that danced against the stone walls, stark reminders of the ghosts that lingered in the corners of history. Suddenly, the crowd surged forward, a wave of emotion crashing against the walls of propriety. Louis was swept along, pulled into the tide of fervent voices, each cry a reflection of their dreams, their fears. He was no longer a man, he was a symbol, a vessel for their aspirations, and yet, beneath that surface lay a churning sea of uncertainty. "Who am I to lead them?" he thought, a dagger of doubt piercing through the brave facade. As he looked into the faces of those who had placed their faith in him, their eyes gleaming like stars in the night sky, he felt the weight of their dreams pressing against his heart. Could he rise above the fear, above the blood-soaked history that stained the very ground he stood on? Marie's voice broke through the cacophony, fierce and unwavering. "We have to believe, Louis. Belief is all we have." Her words clutched at his heart, a lifeline thrown into the stormy sea of his thoughts. But belief can be a treacherous thing, a double-edged sword that cuts both ways. In that moment, as hope and despair twined around each other, he felt like a marionette caught in a game of strings, each tug pulling him closer to a destiny he never sought. Gerard, sensing the shift, stepped forward, his eyes wild with fervor. "You're not just a man, Louis. You're the embodiment of change. They need you. We need you." The desperation in his voice was palpable, a cry that resonated deep within the marrow of Louis' soul. The memories of the past clashed violently with the visions of what could be. As the clock struck 1, the crowd held its breath, an exhale of collective hope hanging in the air. Louis stepped forward, his heart thundering against his ribcage, each beat a reminder of his humanity, of the fragility of dreams. He raised his hand, a gesture both simple and profound, and the noise fell away, silence wrapping around him like a shroud. "I will lead you," he declared, his voice breaking the stillness, raw and fierce. "But know this, the path will be filled with strife, shadows lurking at every turn. I cannot promise you glory, but I can promise you this, I will stand with you." The declaration hung in the air, heavy and electric, the wall between hope and despair trembling like a tightrope dancer on the edge of a precipice. And in that moment, in the chaos of uncertainty, something shifted. A flicker of belief ignited within the crowd, a wild flame dancing against the winds of doubt. The night was alive with the pulse of possibility, each heartbeat synchronizing with their newfound fervor. But beneath that burgeoning hope lay the ominous shadow of history's burden, a reminder that the dance of power is treacherous, fraught with peril. Louis Philippe stood at a crossroads, a man on the brink of ascendance, yet the echoes of history whispered warnings to his very soul. As the dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky with visions of gold, the city held its breath. Shadows lingered, secrets whispered in the dark corners of cobbled streets, and I felt the weight of what lay ahead, a journey forged in the fires of passion, fraught with sacrifice and desperate choices. In that moment, the air was thick with destiny, and I knew, deep down, the heart of change had begun to beat. The silence that followed was not an end, but a promise of turbulent days to come. The stories of Louis, Marie, and Gerard were only beginning, their fates intertwined with the shifting tides of history, each heartbeat resonating with anticipation, each breath a step closer to the inevitable clash of dreams and reality. The clock ticked on, a relentless reminder of time's passage, and I could feel the pulsing energy of the city, how it thrummed beneath the surface, alive with the tension of what was yet to unfold. The shadows danced, and I was left with the haunting realization that the story was only just beginning. The air crackled with an electric tension, palpable as the whispers of 1,000 secrets held their breath. Paris, the city of light, yet tonight it wore shadows like a shroud. I stood at the threshold of a crumbling building, its stone steeped in stories of revolution, the echoes of distant gunfire slicing through the heavy silence like a knife. My heart raced as I recalled the cries of the people, a cacophony of hope and despair swirling in the night. I remember the night he came, a figure cloaked in the urgency of change, Louis Philippe. The air thickened as he stepped forward, face illuminated by the flickering torchlight, eyes burning with the fervor of the disillusioned. He was not a king of birthright but one chosen by the whispers of the crowd, a man molded by the fire of revolution. Yet, who was he really? A knight in tarnished armor, or a jester who had misread the guillotine's thirst for blood? And then there was Emily, her spirit a tempest of defiance and vulnerability. I can still see her standing there, fists clenched, eyes glistening with unshed tears, battling the tempest raging within her. She wore her heart like a badge, an emblem of the struggles faced by women in a world that sought to silence their voices. What is power, she would often ask, if it robs us of our dreams? Her words were arrows, piercing through the thick fog of despair that surrounded us, yet they left her fragile, exposed to the very wind she tried to challenge. The streets were alive with fervor, a symphony of clashing ideals, as the July monarchy began to take root, but it felt like a mirage, so close yet so impossibly distant. Each heartbeat echoed the relentless march of time, a reminder that change was a monster, hungry and unforgiving. The barricades rose like ancient fortresses, built by hands that ached for freedom, yet trembled at the thought of what lay ahead. I remember the faces, young men, their eyes burning with a defiant fire, clutching weapons that felt more like toys in a game of life and death. Fear coursed through them, yet it was drowned by a fierce longing for a future unshackled from the chains of tyranny. They were dreamers, rebels, ghosts of a bygone era, haunted by the specters of their predecessors who fell to the blade, who bled their dreams into the unforgiving soil. And for every face, there was a story, a heartbeat that thrummed with unyielding intensity. Each night, the shadows grew longer, and with them, the siren call of revolution sang through the streets. I found myself caught in their web, ensnared by the gravity of their plight, my heart echoing their cries. Emily's laughter rang like a bell, a sweet yet haunting sound that wrapped around my soul. But laughter can mask the deepest sorrows, and her smile often faltered, revealing the cracks beneath the surface. In those fleeting moments, I saw the weight she carried, the responsibility of hope, the burden of a future that felt as if it were slipping through our fingers. Then came the fateful night, a storm brewing on the horizon of our destinies. The streets were alive with a restless energy, a palpable pulse that made the very ground tremble beneath our feet. As we gathered, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and the taste of rebellion, I felt the world tilt. The clock struck, and with each chime, our hearts raced, as if counting down to an inevitable collision. And there he stood, Louis Philippe, a king made not of gold but of the ashes of revolution. He spoke with an urgency that clawed at the walls of my heart. We are the architects of our fate. His voice rang through the tumult, yet in the depths of my being, doubt spiraled like smoke. What if power corrupts? What if hope is but a fleeting dream? In that moment, Emily caught my gaze, her spirit a fragile flicker in the maelstrom. We must seize this moment, she whispered, urgency lacing her tone, but I could see the fear lurking behind her bravery. It was a fear that we all held, a fear of what we might become, of the ghosts that might rise from the ashes of our dreams. As the clash erupted outside, a cacophony of gunfire and screams shattering the night, the tumult of our emotions mirrored the chaos unfolding in the streets. I watched as Emily's resolve wavered, her hands trembling as she clutched her weapon, the weight of our hopes pressing down on her slender shoulders. "Will we rise or will we fall?" she breathed, and I felt her question carve into my soul, a haunting refrain that echoed through the chaos. My heart raced as we surged forward, the adrenaline pumping through our veins, a tidal wave of raw emotion propelling us into the fray. The barricades loomed ahead, a fortress we had to breach, and yet part of me hesitated. What lay beyond? Freedom or an eternity caught in the gears of history? In the chaos, I caught glimpses of the people we were fighting for, the children with wide, innocent eyes and the mothers who bore the weight of the world on their backs. They were the heartbeats that fueled our fire, the dreams that kept us awake at night. But as the first gunshots rang out, a haunting realization pierced through the fervor. Every revolution exacts a price, and for each heartbeat lost, a shadow would rise, whispering the stories of the fallen. I could taste the bitter tang of iron on my lips, a prelude to the sorrow that lingered in the air, knowing that in the face of glory, we must also confront the ghosts of our past. And thus, the July monarchy emerged, a glimmer of hope intertwined with the shadows of despair. But in that moment, as the world around us exploded with chaos, I understood that the establishment of a new era was not just the forging of a new crown, but a reckoning with the very essence of who we were. The line between dream and nightmare blurred, and as I stood amidst the turmoil, I knew one thing for certain: history has its own heartbeat, and it was echoing louder than ever, pulling us toward an uncertain fate. The clock struck midnight, echoing through the halls of the Tuileries like a death knell. It was a sound that reverberated with the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears, each tick a reminder that time was not merely passing but tightening its grip on the throats of those who dared to dream. I stood there, breathless, as shadows danced along the marble walls, whispering secrets of a fragile kingdom balanced precariously on the edge of revolution. Louis Philippe, the so-called citizen king, sat across the ornate chamber, his brow furrowed, eyes flickering with a blend of determination and dread. I remember the moment vividly, the way his fingers trembled ever so slightly as they traced the edge of the grand table, a silent testament to the maelstrom brewing beyond the gilded gates. Elise, my dearest friend, watched him with a mix of admiration and fear, her heart a pendulum swinging between hope and despair. Her fierce spirit, once ignited by the prospect of change, now flickered like a candle in a tempest. "He promised us progress," she whispered, voice cracking under the strain of her disillusionment. But promise is a fragile word, easily shattered, and in her eyes, I saw the reflection of 1,000 shattered dreams, each one a ghost haunting the corridors of power, each one a reminder of how far we were from the lofty ideals of liberty and fraternity. "Did he?" I murmured, my own heart heavy with doubt. The vision of a constitutional monarchy, a beacon of reason amid the chaos, felt more like a mirage with each passing day. What is progress when the weight of our past suffocates our future? The question hung in the air, stark and unyielding, and for a brief moment, the silence felt like a living thing, pulsating with the tension of unvoiced fears. The chamber felt suffocating, as if the very walls were closing in, and I could almost hear the collective heartbeat of a populace teetering on the brink. The echoes of laughter from the salons of Paris felt like a distant memory, replaced by the gnawing hunger of the streets. The unrest was palpable, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon, its winds howling through the alleys, uprooting the ideals that had once felt so solid. I remembered the faces of the people, tired eyes, worn hands, the bodies that were once filled with the vigor of revolution now weary from the weight of unfulfilled promises. Louis Philippe's gaze drifted toward the window, the moonlight casting a ghostly glow over his features. He was caught in a moment of reflection, a man torn between the aspirations of his followers and the stark reality of a throne that felt more like a cage. The burden of expectation pressed down on him, an invisible hand gripping his neck. "I cannot be both ruler and rebel," he whispered, a confession to the night, to the shadows lurking just beyond the curtain. In that instant, I understood the tragic irony of his existence, a king born from the very revolution that now threatened to consume him. Elise stepped closer, her voice fierce yet trembling. "But you must be." You owe it to us, to the people who believed in you." Her words were charged with a raw intensity, the passion of a soul unwilling to surrender. I admired her bravery, but deep down, the specter of doubt loomed large. Was it possible for a man ensconced in privilege to truly understand the plight of the impoverished? The divide between the opulent halls of the Tuileries and the cobblestone streets of Paris felt insurmountable, a chasm carved by years of neglect and suffering. "Yet here we are," I interjected, my voice rising in urgency. "Bound by the chains of a constitution that is as fragile as glass. One wrong move, and it shatters, leaving us all to pick up the pieces." The words spilled out, urgent, a desperate plea for clarity in a time of chaos. Every heartbeat was a drum, a countdown to the inevitable clash between hope and despair. Outside, the chants of the masses rose like a fevered chorus, a symphony of discontent that reverberated through the streets, shaking the very foundations of the regime. The voices echoed in my mind, a haunting melody that tugged at my heartstrings. "Libet, egalite, fraternite," they cried, their cries woven with the threads of agony and longing. It was an anthem that resonated deeply within me, a reminder of the ideals we had once embraced, now fraying at the edges. "Will you stand with us?" Elise's voice cut through the cacophony of noise, fierce and unwavering. Her eyes bore into me, searching for an ally in this tumultuous sea of uncertainty. I wanted to answer, to assure her that I would fight beside her, but the weight of indecision crushed me. What could I offer in a world where hope felt like a distant star, flickering and fading? The tension in the room was electric, a current of unfulfilled potential swirling around us. Louis Philippe stood, breathing heavily, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. "I have tried to be the bridge," he declared, his voice trembling with conviction. "But the river of discontent flows too swiftly. I fear it will sweep us all away." His vulnerability struck me, the realization that even those in power were not immune to the tides of fate. As he turned back to the window, the moonlight illuminating his troubled features, I felt a surge of empathy. He was a man caught in a tempest of his own making, a ruler haunted by the ghosts of the past. I understood then, this constitutional framework, this fragile construct of law and order, was not merely a set of rules. It was a living, breathing entity, pulsating with the hopes and fears of a nation teetering on the brink. The air thickened as we all stood there, a silent acknowledgement binding us together in that moment. A reckoning was coming, and each one of us felt it like an electric charge in our bones, a pulse of possibility. The night was far from over, and the stakes had never been higher. In that chamber of shadows, we were all just players in a tragic play, the final act yet to unfold. And so the clock continued to tick, each second a reminder that time waits for no one. As we braced ourselves for the storm, the weight of history bore down upon us. The constitutional framework was not just a foundation, it was an open wound, a reminder that in the dance of power and passion, the line between freedom and tyranny is perilously thin. The winds of change were howling, and we stood ready, hearts pounding, breaths held, awaiting the inevitable clash of wills that would forever alter the course of our lives. The clock struck midnight, its haunting chime echoing through the damp streets of Paris like a dirge for the souls trapped within the crumbling walls of the city. In a forgotten alley, where shadows clung to the cobblestones like desperate lovers, a young woman named Elodie crouched low, her heart racing as the footsteps of a soldier thundered past. She felt the weight of the world pressing down on her shoulders, a crushing sorrow that twisted her insides. The cries of the hungry drifted through the air, a chorus of despair that seeped into her bones. She remembered warmth, once, a time when bread was plentiful and laughter spilled from the taverns. But that was before the hunger gnawed at her family, before hope became a flickering candle, nearly snuffed out. "I remember," she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips, "when we didn't count our meals." Each syllable tasted of salt and ash, a reminder of the days slipping away like grains of sand. She could almost hear her father's voice, rich and warm, telling tales of prosperity, of farms that thrived, of a time when the earth whispered promises of abundance. But now, the land lay barren, cracked and lifeless, a reflection of her heart. Across town, in a lavish salon filled with opulence, sat Lucien, his fingers trembling around a glass of wine that tasted more bitter than sweet. The laughter around him felt like shards of glass, each chuckle a reminder of the chasm that separated him from his so-called friends. Wealthy patrons, draped in silk and jewels, swirled around him, their conversations dancing above the realities of the streets outside. "We suffer for art, dear Lucien," one chuckled, tossing back his head, as if the plight of the peasantry was a play written for their amusement. Lucien forced a smile, but inside, a tempest raged. He had seen the hungry, the desperate. He had watched as the rich feasted while the poor scavenged through refuse, their dreams slipping away like smoke. Do they not see, he thought, the weight of his privilege biting down like iron shackles? Each sip of wine tasted like guilt, each laugh like a dagger in his heart. "I remember," he echoed quietly, memories flashing like lightning, his mother, her hands worn and calloused, kneading dough, always laughing, always hopeful. What had become of that laughter? It was swallowed by the silence of empty plates and hollow eyes. And then there was Henri, a former soldier turned beggar, his soul stained with the blood of battles fought for kings who feasted on the fires of war. He crouched in the shadows of the cathedral, the smell of incense mingling with the stench of decay. His hands trembled, fingers numb from the cold. "I fought for glory," he muttered, bitterness curling in his throat. "For crowns and banners, while my brothers starved." He looked up at the looming Gothic spires, shadows dancing like ghosts, mocking him with their indifference. "I remember," he murmured, memories flooding back, uninvited yet insistent. He saw the fields of grain bending under the sun, the laughter of children chasing butterflies, dreams woven into the fabric of their lives. Now, the dreams lay smothered under the weight of oppression, a cruel jest played by the aristocrats who wore crowns of gold but ruled with hearts of stone. A chill swept through the city, whispering secrets of rebellion. Elodie felt it in her bones, the stirring of something fierce, something that could no longer be contained. "We are the shadows," she mused, the words igniting a spark in her heart. "And shadows cannot be silenced forever." She climbed to her feet, fueled by anger, the fire within her illuminating the darkness. She had lost so much, her family, her childhood dreams, but the thought of living in a world where the wealthy danced as the poor starved was unbearable. In the salon, Lucien felt it too, the tremors of change, the rumblings of a storm brewing beyond the gilded walls. He cast aside his glass, the crystal shattering on the floor like his own illusions. "What have we done?" he cried, the weight of his conscience crashing down upon him. "What price have we paid for our luxury?" He envisioned the faces of those he had ignored, their hunger gnawing at him like a parasite. Lucien stood, heart racing, the oppressive laughter fading into a haunting echo. He had to act, to use his voice, even if it trembled, even if it quaked. Henri's gaze drifted toward the flickering lights of the city, a beacon of hope and despair intertwined. The distant sounds of protest filled the air, a symphony of defiance that vibrated in his chest. "They have forgotten us," he whispered, but in that bitter truth was a thread of resilience. He pushed himself up from his place in the shadows, the pain in his knees forgotten. The world was shifting. Could he be part of this storm? Could he reclaim his voice, his dignity? The clock continued to toll, its ominous sound crashing against the walls of their realities. Elodie, Lucien, and Henri, 3 lives intertwined by a tapestry of pain, hope, and relentless yearning. They stood on the precipice of change, the air thick with anticipation, the scent of burnt dreams wafting around them. "Are we not worth more than this?" Elodie shouted into the darkness, her voice rising like a phoenix from the ashes. The words echoed through the alleyways, a clarion call piercing the veil of despair. Change was inevitable, and they would be its harbingers. As dawn approached, painting the skies in hues of crimson and gold, the city awakened, unaware of the tide that was about to sweep over them. The rich would awaken to a world they could no longer ignore. The poor would rise, their cries weaving into a tapestry too loud to silence. Elodie, Lucien, and Henri each took a step toward their destinies, their resolve intertwining, pushing against the darkness like a bullet fired into the silence. There was no conclusion here, only a heartbeat drumming in the shadows, the promise of revolution hanging thick in the air. A world unseen, yet felt, a haunting symphony of struggle and hope, echoing through the streets, weaving through the very fabric of France itself. The story was far from over, it was only just beginning. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the empty streets of Paris, each toll a ghostly reminder of promises unfulfilled. Shadows danced along the cobblestones, whispering secrets of a city held captive by its own ambitions. I stood there, breathless, watching as the flickering gas lamps cast long, eerie silhouettes on crumbling walls, a theater of desperation unfolding before my eyes. In that moment, the air was heavy, thick with anxiety and hope, as the middle class stirred beneath the surface like a tempest waiting to break. I remember Henri the baker, with flour dusting his apron like the ashes of a forgotten dream. His hands, once strong and steady, now trembled as he kneaded dough, each punch of the dough a cry for security in a world teetering on the brink. He had a wife, Margot, whose laughter once filled their tiny kitchen, but now silence reigned, punctuated only by the distant sounds of revolution. I could see the weight of it in his eyes as he gazed out the window, yearning for a change that felt just beyond his reach. The hope in him was a dark horse, galloping wildly, yet tethered by the chains of his station. And then there was Elise, the seamstress, with threads of defiance woven into the fabric of her being. She, too, belonged to the middle class, a delicate empire built on needle and thread, yet she felt the tug of something more profound, more urgent. The world outside her little shop was unraveling, and the whispers of discontent echoed in her heart. I remember the night she stood in her doorway, silhouetted against the flickering flame of a candle, her eyes alight with determination. "We deserve to be heard, Henri. We are not invisible," she shouted into the night, her voice trembling with passion that seemed to pierce the darkness. Together, they embodied the pulse of a society on the cusp of transformation. The middle class, caught in the crossfire of feudal remnants and the rising tide of industrialization, was a fragile balance of hope and despair. Their dreams of stability clashed violently against the realities of a government that seemed deaf to their cries. As I watched them navigate through the storm of politics and power, I felt the tightrope they walked, their every step laced with fear of failure and desperation for relevance. Henri's bakery became a gathering place, a sanctuary for the disillusioned. Amidst the scent of fresh bread, conversations ignited like wildfire. "The king cares not for us. He feasts while we starve." A man shouted, his voice filled with raw emotion, igniting a fire in the hearts around him. I felt the heat rise, a shared pulse of outrage thrumming through the room. And in those moments, I saw Elise standing there, her needle forgotten, eyes glimmering with the spark of revolution. She whispered to Henri, "What if we rise? What if we become the architects of our own fate?" But the shadows loomed larger, whispering warnings of chaos. The government of Louis Philippe, wrapped in its own web of self-interest, cast a long shadow over their aspirations. The bourgeoisie, once champions of progress, now seemed to dangle their power like a cruel joke, elevating some while crushing others. I could feel the tension in the air each time Henri and Elise spoke of the king's indifference. Their hopes hung by a thread, as fragile as the fabric of Elise's finest gowns. "Do you remember the stories of our parents?" Henri's voice quivered with emotion, his memories weaving through the bitter reality. "They fought for a better life, and we," his gaze turned distant, and it was as if the weight of history bore down upon him. "We've become mere spectators in our own lives." Each word struck like a hammer on an anvil, forging a bond of shared suffering and unyielding hope between them. The night grew colder, yet the fire inside their hearts blazed brighter. They organized, they planned, and the air crackled with the electricity of possibility. Elise stitched banners while Henri baked bread for the hungry souls rallying outside, each loaf a symbol of rebellion against the indifference of the crown. "We will not be silenced," they shouted, their voices rising like a symphony of defiance that reverberated through the cobblestone streets of their beloved city. But as the days turned into nights, their resolve was tested. The streets swelled with fervor, and the government responded with iron fists and cold steel. I watched as Henri stood resolutely, a makeshift leader among the throngs of outraged citizens. "We are the lifeblood of this nation," he cried, his words piercing through the chaos, igniting something deep within those assembled. And in that moment, he was no longer a mere baker, he was a beacon of hope, a voice for the voiceless. Yet, even heroes have their moments of doubt. I remember seeing the uncertainty flicker in his eyes after a clash with the guards left bodies strewn across the streets, a grim reminder of the price of change. "What have we done?" he whispered to Elise, fear etching lines on his brow. What if we lose everything? She reached for his hand, squeezing it tight, her own heart pounding with the weight of their choices. Nothing worth fighting for comes without sacrifice, Unri. We must keep fighting. The struggle raged on, wrapping itself around the hearts of the middle class like a vice. Each protest met with the brutality of a government that sought only to suppress, to silence. I felt the pulse of despair rising with every clash of metal against flesh, every tear-streaked face that echoed the fears of a generation caught in the crossfire. And yet, in the darkest hours, the middle class found strength in unity. They were not just bakers or seamstresses, they were the heartbeat of a revolution, one that sought to rewrite the rules of power and privilege. The conversations turned into actions, the whispers into roars, and as the sun rose over the barricades, it illuminated the faces of those who dared to hope. They stood together, resolute, their spirits forged in the fires of conflict. As the world outside shifted and trembled, I felt it deep in my bones. The dawn of a new era was lurking just beyond the horizon, a promise that trembled on the lips of every man and woman daring to dream. The shadows may loom, but there, in the heart of Paris, the middle class was no longer complacent. They were alive, aflame with purpose, ready to confront the specter of indifference that threatened to engulf them. With every beat of their hearts, they forged ahead, weaving a tapestry of dreams, despair, and undeniable resilience. And as Henri and Elise led the charge, their lives intertwined with the fate of a nation, I knew, this was not just their story, it was a symphony of the human spirit battling against the odds, a relentless pursuit of justice and equity that would echo through the ages and into the echoes of history. The wind howled through the castle corridors, a banshee's wail that echoed the turmoil raging within the heart of the newly crowned King Alaric. Shadows danced against the stone walls, flickering like the uncertainty gripping him. A parchment lay crumpled in his hand, the ink still fresh, the words like daggers, the alliance is crumbling. I remember the first time I held a sword, Alaric murmured, his voice barely a whisper. I thought it would make me invincible, an iron fist to crush those who dare to oppose me. But now, as he stood on the precipice of conflict, that sword felt as heavy as his crown, an ornament of power that deprived him of peace. Across the chamber, Lady Seraphine watched him, her eyes pools of stormy grey, each glance heavy with unspoken words. She was a fierce diplomat, a woman who could weave alliances as deftly as she spun tales of tragedy. Yet there stood a fracture between them, a chasm formed by secrets and betrayals. You cannot wield a sword in the shadows of diplomacy, Alaric, she cautioned, her tone sharp like the edge of a blade. Each choice you make could ignite a war. He turned away, a tempest raging inside him. And what would you have me do, Seraphine? Roll over? Let them take everything? I will not, he cannot, stand by as they scheme. His heart drummed against his chest, a relentless pounding that drowned out the whispers of reason. There it was again, the distant echo of their former lives, before crowns and chaos, before the weight of the world rested on their shoulders. Alaric had once dreamt of love, laughter, and the simple joy of a day unmarked by treachery. He remembered the sun setting over the fields, painting everything in gold while laughter spun like silk in the air. I remember the scent of lilacs, the taste of freedom, he breathed, the memory bittersweet. Seraphine's voice broke through his reverie. And what of your father's legacy? Are you willing to shatter it for pride? For revenge? With every question, she tightened the grip around his heart. His father, a king who ruled with wisdom and strength, now a ghost in every corner of this stone fortress. Alaric felt the weight of expectations, the pressure to morph into the king the realm needed, yet the tug of his own desires pulled him deeper into chaos. What if he were a failure? What if all he could offer was a legacy of bloodshed? Will you stand with me? He asked finally, desperation coloring his tone. Will you help me carve a path through this darkness? I will stand by you, she replied, a flicker of warmth lighting her eyes, but at what cost? You must choose carefully. Just then, the chamber door burst open, revealing Lord Cedric, the king's closest advisor, his face a mask of urgency. Sire! News from the borders, the neighboring lord is amassing troops. They know of your father's frailty, and they seek to strike. The air thickened with dread. Alaric's thoughts spiraled, a cacophony of fears and hopes, dreams entangled in the web of power. "Is it too late?" he whispered, the question escaping his lips before he could grasp the gravity of it. Cedric shook his head, his expression grim. "Never too late, my king. But we must act now, before the shadows engulf us." Alaric snapped back to reality, the chill of the impending threat creeping into his bones. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice steadying, the instinct for survival rising within him. Seraphine stepped forward, her resolve sharpening like a blade. "We must send envoys, diplomats who can weave a tapestry of alliances, even amidst this storm. It's a game of chess, Alaric, and we must think 3 moves ahead." But the weight of that responsibility bore down on him, an iron shackle around his spirit. He could feel the ghosts of past kings watching, their disappointment palpable. "Can we trust anyone? Anyone at all?" The silence that followed was deafening. Cedric's eyes darted to Seraphine, and she clenched her fists, the tension between them a living thing. "Trust is a currency spent in blood," she finally said, her voice low. "We cannot afford to be naive." And in that moment, a decision settled within Alaric's core, a flicker of defiance against the choking darkness. "Then we will find those willing to ally with us, those who understand that peace is forged in the fires of diplomacy, not war." But even as he spoke, doubt flickered like a candle in the wind. Could he really navigate this labyrinth of treachery? As Alaric turned to meet Seraphine's gaze, he saw something shift in her expression, a mix of fear and hope, like sunlight breaking through a storm. It sent a jolt of recognition through him. They were bound by a shared burden, a determination to change the course of their fate. "I will fight for this," he vowed. "For us, for the realm." "Then let us arm ourselves with words and wits," Seraphine replied, her lips curving into a fierce smile that banished the shadows, if only for a moment. "We will not be mere pawns." And as they stepped into the cold light of impending dawn, the castle walls reverberated with a sense of purpose, each heartbeat echoing in time with their resolve. The world outside loomed vast and uncertain, filled with allies and enemies alike, hope coiled within the tendrils of fear. A new beginning, perhaps, or the edge of a blade. The sky darkened, but they would rise, hand in hand, a storm gathering within them. Alaric felt the pulse of destiny thrumming in his veins, an ancient rhythm that spoke of blood and honor. There were battles ahead, and the dance of diplomacy was treacherous, but with Seraphine at his side, he might just grasp the light before the last of the shadows fell. And so they moved forward, hearts racing, ghosts trailing behind, toward a future drenched in uncertainty, where hope flickered like a candle in the dark, waiting to ignite. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, a relentless metronome marking time in a room heavy with unfulfilled promises and restless hearts. Shadows flickered as the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting elongated forms across the linoleum floor. In the corner, a crumpled flag lay forgotten, its colors fading, threads of hope unraveled. I remember the moment, the air taut with tension as if it were drawn back like a bowstring, ready to snap. The room swelled with murmurs, each voice a thread in the tapestry of impending chaos. Liam stood at the front, his hands trembling slightly as he gestured toward the crowd, a mass of anguished faces, flickering like candle flames in the draft of uncertainty. He was a man torn between ideals and reality, a soldier of justice now feeling the weight of the world pressed down on his shoulders. "They don't understand," he whispered, as if speaking to himself more than to the group. "They think this is a game." The words hung in the air, charged with an urgency that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of desperation overshadowed by a flicker of determination, a man who had fought for years only to find that the enemy lay within. Across the room, Maya's heart pounded in sync with the drumming of her thoughts. She had always been the voice of this ragtag assembly, the one who dared to dream of change. But today, as she watched Liam's face twist with anguish, the dream felt insurmountable. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice trembling like the leaves outside in a sudden gust. "What can we really do?" Each word was a stone dropped into the murky waters of despair, and I could feel the ripples of doubt washing over the room like a chilling tide. I remember the night we first gathered to discuss this very moment. The flickering light of a single candle had illuminated Maya's face, her eyes bright with the fire of revolution. Change is possible, she had declared, her voice rising, bold and fearless against the backdrop of doubt. But here, in this stark reality, shadows loomed larger than dreams. Now, her face reflected an unspoken question: can we fight back against the tide threatening to drown us? All around us, the echoes of history felt real, tangible. The weight of past conflicts, revolutions, the cries of those who dared to challenge authority, they filled the air, palpable and suffocating. "We are not alone," Liam said, as if reciting a prayer, his voice rising with passion. "We are the embodiment of those who came before us, the ghosts of the brave who fought against tyranny." The intensity surged, alive, electric. But uncertainty hung like a dark cloud. How could they fight against a machine that had ground down so many before them? I felt it pulse beneath my skin, that blend of hope and fear, the burning question that hung like smoke in the air: what will it cost us? The ghosts of history whispered in the corners of my mind, cautioning me. I remembered the faces, the fallen, the quiet sacrifices made in the name of a greater good. Each heartbeat was a reminder: what if the price was too steep? Maya stepped forward, her resolve hardening. "We need a plan," she said, each word an ember igniting in the dim light. "We need to show them that we won't be silenced." But silence was a seductive force, tempting in its ease. It wrapped around us like a thick fog, making it hard to breathe, hard to remember the vigor of that first meeting, the raw, unfiltered passion that had brought us here. Suddenly, the door swung open, crashing against the wall with a force that made everyone jump. The figure silhouetted in the doorway was a specter of authority, a man with the weight of power pressing down on him, a harbinger of the threat that loomed just beyond our fragile assembly. "You think you can challenge us?" he barked, a sneer curling on his lips. "You are nothing but whispers in the dark." In that moment, the air shifted. Fear clawed its way into our throats, but beneath it lay a fire, a primal urge to resist, to fight back against the suffocating grip of authority. Liam's jaw clenched, determination eclipsing his doubt as he stepped toward the figure, the weight of 1,000 dreams behind him. "We are not afraid of the dark," he said, his voice steady, unwavering. "We are the storm that comes after." Maya caught my eye, and in that brief exchange, I saw the flicker of rebellion ignite, a bond forged in the fires of struggle. It was a moment suspended in time, each heartbeat a drum signaling the start of something monumental. I could taste the grit of defiance on my tongue, feel the weight of the world on my shoulders, but also the spark of possibility. As Liam stared into the eyes of the enemy, I could sense a shift, a crack in the facade of authority. The shadows behind the figure stirred, something deep and unyielding began to rise within us. The pain of the past, the ghosts of all who had suffered in silence, pressed forward, urging us to keep fighting. I remember the swell of emotion, the fever pitch of the moment. Everything felt alive, electric, ready to explode. But as I stepped forward with Maya, ready to challenge the authority that loomed over us, I realized that this wasn't just about us anymore. It was about every voice that had been silenced, every heart that had been constricted by fear. The clock ticked on, each second a reminder that change demanded sacrifice, that the struggle was far from over. And yet, within that darkness, I felt an undeniable truth: we were ready to stand, ready to rise, ready to defy the shadows of despair that threatened to engulf us. In the silence that followed, I could hear the echoes of our resolve. They whispered of courage, of hope, of rebirth. And as we faced the challenge with unwavering hearts, the air thickened with the promise of what was yet to come. Chapter 15. The impact of the Industrial Revolution on French society. The factory loomed like a beast, its blackened bricks exhaling smoke that curled into the sky, darkening the sun and suffocating dreams. A cacophony of gears grinding, metal clanging, and voices raised in desperation pierced the air, drowning out the cries of children who played in the streets, oblivious to the shadows stalking their futures. Marie stood at the edge of the crowd, her heart racing, a wild drum echoing the chaos around her. She clutched her daughter's hand, a delicate thing, warm and soft, a fragile promise in a world that felt intent on crushing it. "I remember," she whispered to little Lucy, the words trembling on her lips like leaves in a storm. "I remember when your laughter filled the air with light." But that laughter was swallowed by the whirlpool of industry. It was drowned in the machine's relentless roar. Each day, a piece of her soul was consumed, a sacrifice at the altar of progress. From the depths of the factory, screams erupted, raw and unfiltered, an agonized symphony that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. Pierre, a laborer with hands calloused by endless toil, caught a glimpse of the tragedy unfolding. He had once been a dreamer, with eyes that sparkled like the Seine at dawn, but now they were dull, clouded by the grind of machinery and the weight of despair. "What have we become?" he moaned, his voice cracking under the burden of reality. The machines were alive, hungry, insatiable. They consumed men like him, turning flesh and bone into whispers of smoke and ash. He watched as a comrade fell, caught in the jaws of the beast, blood spilling like crimson ink on the factory floor, a stark contrast to the stark grey of the machinery. The world around him blurred, the clamor fading into an eerie silence as the horrific image burned into his mind. "I remember," he thought, "when men worked the land, not the machines. When laughter mingled with the scent of fresh bread, not the acrid stench of iron." And yet, amidst this chaos, a fire ignited in him, fierce and unyielding. He was tired of being a pawn in this game of progress, tired of watching dreams wither beneath the weight of industry. With every heartbeat, he felt himself teetering on the edge. What if he dared to dream again? "Pierre!" Marie's voice sliced through the fog of his thoughts, and he turned to see her, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. "You have to help us. Luce is sick, and I can't afford the doctor's fees." The word struck him like a blow. Her resolve pulled at the strings of his heart, unraveling the knots of his own despair. "I can't," he replied, the silence between them heavy with the unsaid, laden with an understanding that their worlds were colliding in a cruel twist of fate. "I remember," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "When we were free, when we could breathe without fear." The weight of her memory settled between them, heavy like the smoke from the factory. The clock tower chimed, its haunting notes resonating through the streets, marking the passage of time in a world that seemed to stand still. Pierre felt the pull of the clock's rhythm, its relentless march forward, binding him to a fate he no longer wanted to accept. He grabbed Marie's hand, feeling the warmth of her determination seep into him. "Then let us not be prisoners of this place," he declared, a fire igniting within him that he thought long extinguished. "Let us fight back, the machines won't stop until we are dust." But Marie's eyes widened in horror. "You speak of rebellion, Pierre. They will crush us. They will take everything." "Then let them try," he roared, his voice echoing in the cacophony of industry. "We cannot let this be our legacy." In that moment, the factory seemed to shudder, the walls echoing their defiance, the very shadows trembling in anticipation. The air grew thick with tension, a palpable energy swirling around them, igniting hope and fear in equal measure. "Tonight," he said, resolve tightening in his chest, "we gather the others. We will not let the dark consume us." As night fell, the city transformed, shadows flickering like ghosts against the dimly lit streets. Men and women emerged from their homes, faces etched with lines of worry but illuminated by the flickering flames of hope. Pierre stood at the center, heart racing, a leader forged in the fires of despair. "We are not just cogs in a machine," he shouted, voice carrying through the night. "We are flesh and blood, dreams and memories. No more will we allow our lives to be dictated by those who do not know our struggle." But the whispers of doubt crept in. "What if we fail?" echoed among the crowd, a haunting refrain that threatened to drown them. "I remember," Marie spoke softly, her voice breaking through the veil of uncertainty. "I remember when we believed in something greater than ourselves." The flickering torches cast long shadows, dancing like specters of their hopes and fears. Every face reflected a history of toil and sacrifice, a tapestry of dreams woven together, tinged with the colors of rebellion. As the clock struck midnight, the world stood still, suspended in a moment that felt like eternity. Pierre raised his fist to the sky, feeling the weight of history pressing down upon him. "Tonight we become more than just workers. We rise as a force of nature, as humanity unbound." In that breathless silence, they stepped forward into the unknown, a tide of defiance against the looming shadow of the factory. Each heartbeat synchronized, a pulse of rebellion that reverberated through the night, binding them together in a desperate embrace of hope. The dawn would come, and with it, a new reckoning. The machines might roar, the factories might churn, but the human spirit, raw, fierce, and untamed, would rise to meet the challenge, ready to reclaim what the world had tried to take. Time stretched on, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of their lives, and as they marched forward into the dark, the stars above bore witness. The battle was not just against a machine but against the very essence of what it meant to be alive in a world that sought to mechanize their souls. And so, they moved, hearts pounding, fears swirling, ready to confront whatever awaited them. The world turned, the cries of the factory echoed, and the clock continued its relentless ticking, each tick a reminder that every moment was a choice, each choice a step toward either bondage or freedom. The shadows deepened, the flames flickered higher, and in the heart of the storm, the fight was just beginning. The streets of Paris throbbed like a heart under siege, the air thick with the rancid stench of unrest and the bitter scent of betrayal. It was a night pregnant with whispers, shadows darting between lampposts, every flicker of light revealing the faces of the desperate, of the hopeful, and of those caught in the suffocating grip of Louis Philippe's regime. I remember standing there, a mere observer on the sidelines, watching as fury and fear intertwined in the eyes of the crowd, and I felt a sudden, spine-chilling realization: power does not rest in the hands of kings but dances on the tongues of the many. Marie, a journalist with ink-stained fingers and fire in her heart, fought to carve truth from the chaos. Every word she penned was a dagger aimed at the heart of tyranny, every article a lifeline thrown to the drowning masses. But tonight, as the moon hung heavy and sinister in the sky, her pen felt like a weight, a leaden burden tethered to her soul. She had spent sleepless nights scrawling about the plight of the working class, their faces gaunt and hollow, eyes reflecting the despair of a million crushed dreams. "We are the voice of the voiceless," she had told her comrades, but now, doubt clawed at her conscience, gnawing like a rat after a forgotten morsel. What good was a voice if it could not drown out the shouts of the powerful? Across the street, a man named Henri clenched his fists, the leather of his work-worn gloves cracking beneath the pressure. Each crack echoed the scars of his past, of laboring tirelessly while the aristocrats indulged in their decadence. The press, he believed, had the power to shift tides, to transform whispers into roars. But what if Marie's words, intended to ignite, only fanned the flames of repression? "I remember the day I first learned to read," he thought, a fleeting smile ghosting his lips. "The world opened like a flower, and yet I've come to know only thorns." He, too, was a captive of the moment, his heart ached for change, but the weight of uncertainty pressed down. Would Marie's resolve stand against the might of Louis Philippe's silence? Would her ink-tinted dreams bleed into reality, or would they dissolve like smoke in the dense fog of public opinion, wrought with fear and manipulation? He watched as she stepped onto the makeshift platform, trembling yet resolute, a moth drawn to the flame of truth. "They want to silence us. They fear our voices," she shouted, and the crowd surged forward, a wave of humanity driven by a singular heartbeat, their cries piercing the stifling darkness like shooting stars across a midnight sky. But silence loomed, an oppressive shroud, as the wind carried her words away, swallowed by the indifference of those in power. The press had become a double-edged sword. With every article, every rumor printed, they played a dangerous game, one where truth and manipulation coiled around each other like serpents, each one vying for the affection of an audience too exhausted to discern between the two. Public opinion, they called it, but what of the individual? What of the heart that beat alone in the shadows? Marie thought of her own heart, the flutter of panic mixed with exhilaration. What if she was merely a pawn in a game orchestrated by those she sought to expose? "I remember the taste of hope," she whispered to herself, the words almost lost in the swirling winds. She pressed on, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and fiery determination. "We will not be silenced. We will not let the darkness win." But the cold reality was woven with threads of disillusionment. Henri's brow furrowed as he studied the crowd, how some faces mirrored his own, eyes shining with a desperate longing for change, while others glimmered with the dull sheen of apathy. The press had become a theater, and the public opinion a fickle audience, applauding when it suited them and turning their backs when the curtain rose too high. "What if they turn on us?" he pondered, the fear unfurling within him like a shadow stretching across the cobbled streets. Marie's word soared, a wild bird flapping against the iron bars of oppression. Her voice was a tempest, but the storm's eye was not yet visible. "We are the architects of our own destiny," she cried, and the crowd, momentarily entranced, roared in response, feeding the flickering flame of revolution. But the night was not done with its games. She could feel the undercurrent of uncertainty, the murmurs of doubt swirling like a thick fog around her. With every shout, every heartbeat, Henri felt the pull of the crowd, an irresistible force that tugged at his worn-out spirit. He wanted to believe, oh how he wanted to believe. Yet, the specter of fear loomed larger, a ghost that whispered of betrayal, of crushed hopes. Was it possible to rise when the very ground beneath their feet felt so uncertain? As Marie pressed on, her breath a ragged symphony of desperation and hope, she caught sight of Henri's gaze, his face etched with conflict. It was a moment of clarity, one that ignited the fire within her. She remembered the words of a poet long gone, "Hope is the thing with feathers," and in that heartbeat, she realized, they were not merely journalists or laborious, they were dreamers, fragile yet unyielding. The night wore on, the tension thickening like fog rolling in from the Seine, but the crowd, alive and electric, became a living entity, each person a vital thread in the tapestry of change. As the clock chimed midnight, echoing through the air like a death knell, a sense of inevitability hung heavy, a promise unfulfilled yet tantalizingly close. Marie's voice trembled with fervor, slicing through the shadows, each word laced with the weight of their shared struggles. "We are the breath of revolution. We will not fade into silence." She ignited something deep within the hearts of those gathered, an ember that refused to be extinguished. The crowd surged, a tidal wave of emotion, and in that moment, the fragile line between despair and hope blurred into a magnificent chaos. And as the moon hung low, casting its eerie glow over Paris, one could feel the pulse of history throbbing, relentless and unyielding. What awaited them in the shadows, retribution or redemption? The answer lingered like a ghost, unseen but ever present, whispering promises of change and the haunting specter of what could be lost. In that moment, they were not just a crowd, they were a force, a heartbeat that echoed through the annals of time, daring to rise, daring to scream, daring to hope. Darkness drapes over the cobblestones, thick as the breath of a beast lying in wait. A candle flickers against the chill of the night, a lonely flame that dances with desperation, casting shadows that stretch like fingers clawing for salvation. This is the hour when whispers turn to shouts, when the stench of sweat and fear mingles in the air. I stand in the midst of it all, heart racing, pulse quickening. The streets are alive, a cacophony of anguish and anger, a symphony played on the strings of laborious pushed too far, too long. I remember the moment when all of it changed, the moment when the workers, battered and bruised, rose from their knees. Faces twisted with rage, lips trembling with the words that had simmered beneath the surface for too long. They gathered in the square, a sea of sorrowful eyes that reflected the weight of broken dreams. In the front line, there's Thomas, a father of 3, his hands worn from years of toil. He stands there, a titan of despair, clenching a rusty tool like a weapon, eyes blazing as he shouts, "No more." The cry rips through the air, a challenge, a promise. And suddenly, the world holds its breath. But what is a promise worth when shackles still bind the heart? I see Mary, her face illuminated by the flickering light, her brow furrowed. She carries the weight of 1,000 worries, the sick child at home, the empty echoes of a starving belly. "What if they come for us?" she whispers, and the words hang heavy between us, an unspoken truth. Her fear is a living thing, wrapping itself around my throat. I want to tell her it will be all right, but how do I promise safety when chaos reigns? And there, in the shadows, stands Jacob, the dreamer, the idealist. His eyes sparkle with fervor, but I can see the doubt lurking beneath the surface. He's fought for change, for a world where the skies are not choked by the smoke of industry and the cries of the oppressed. Yet, as he watches the growing unrest, I see the flicker of uncertainty. What if this leads to more pain, he asks, and my heart aches for him. He envisions a brighter tomorrow, but can he bear the cost? The air crackles with anticipation. The town square throbs with raw energy, a beast awakened. Voices rise and swell, an anthem of defiance against the clattering chains of exploitation. Each heartbeat resonates with urgency, a collective pulse of humanity yearning to be heard, to be seen. I can feel it in my bones, the moment when words ignite into action. With each shout, each chant, they dare to challenge the very fabric of their existence. Then the first stone is thrown, a symbolic bullet in the war against oppression. It arcs through the air, a comet of rebellion, and crashes against the window of the factory. The sound shatters the fragile silence, and the tension ruptures like a dam bursting. The guards rush out, their faces pale in the flickering light, and in an instant, the world transforms into chaos. The workers surge forward, a tide of humanity crashing against the barriers of tyranny. I can't breathe. I watch as Thomas charges, the ferocity of an animal unleashed. He runs toward the guards, shouting words I cannot comprehend, fury mingled with hope. I feel his heartbeat echoing in my chest, a rhythm of revolt that thrums through the air. But what will this lead to? A revolution or ruin? Mary is at my side, gripping my arm, her knuckles white. What if it turns to blood, she asks again, and I can see it in her eyes, the flicker of hope battling the flames of fear. The thought reverberates in my mind, what if? I glance at Jacob, who stands frozen, caught between the vision of a brighter tomorrow and the haunting spectre of violence. We can't go back, he murmurs, and I know he speaks not just of the riot, but of the souls caught in its fury. The guards retaliate, batons swinging, faces twisted in aggression. Fear seeps into my veins. I see Thomas fall, a giant collapsing under the weight of oppression. The cries for help pierce the night, a haunting melody that echoes in my mind, forever etched in the chambers of my heart. I want to scream, to run, to shake them awake, but I am rooted to the spot, a witness to the agony unfolding before me. Get up! I scream, but the words drown in the chaos. The crowd swirls, a maelstrom of bodies pressing against one another, breaths mingling as they rise and fall like the tide. The air is thick with dust and desperation, hope clashing against despair in a frenzied dance of survival. Mary's grip tightens, and I feel her fear wrapping around me like a shroud. And then, in the blink of an eye, silence. The riot quiets, frozen in disbelief. A moment hangs suspended, pregnant with dread. The guards, poised to strike again, seem to inhale the tension, the promise of violence thick in the air. And in that heartbeat, I see the faces of the fallen, the dreamers shattered beneath the weight of their own ambition. Time stretches, a cosmic pause as eyes meet, fear, defiance, courage reflected back. I realize then that no matter the outcome, this moment, with all its rawness, its beauty, its brutality, will carve itself into eternity. A testament to the human spirit, to those who dared to shout into the void, demanding to be heard. And just like that, the world ignites again. Shouts swell, breaths quicken, and the fight resumes, an endless cycle of chaos and hope. I'm swept into the tide, the pulse of the crowd guiding me forward. I remember, this is the spark that ignites change. I remember, this is only the beginning. The story twists and turns, like the dark alleyways that lead us deeper into the heart of a revolution that has only just begun. The cobblestones trembled beneath the weight of 1,000 restless hearts, each beat echoing through the damp Parisian air like the ominous toll of a distant bell. I remember the scent of gunpowder mingling with the sharp tang of fear. I remember the shadows in the alleyways, where hope flickered like a trembling candle, barely holding its ground against the wind of despair. It was June 1832, and the city, a restless beast, stirred as it prepared to unleash its fury. In that moment, I found myself standing next to Emile, his hands shaking, lips pale, a canvas of uncertainty stretched across his face. His eyes were bright with the fire of rebellion, yet darkened by the spectre of doubt that threatened to consume him. "What if it's all for nothing?" he whispered, barely audible over the distant sounds of unrest. "What if we die here, like forgotten dreams in a forgotten city?" But there was no time for doubt. I could feel it in my bones, the very air crackled with electric tension, a storm brewing in the hearts of men and women who had suffered too long under the weight of tyranny. Around us, voices rose, some filled with righteous anger, others laced with despair. The sounds cascaded through the streets, wrapping around us like a shroud, urging us toward the fray. Then there was Isabel, fierce and unyielding, her spirit a wild tempest. I watched her as she moved through the throng, her hair a fiery halo, her resolve like iron. "This is our moment," she shouted, her voice strong enough to cut through the clouds of doubt. We will not be silenced. We will not be forgotten. Each word hit me like a drumbeat, reverberating in my chest, igniting something deep within. We were the ghosts of history, rising to reclaim our narrative, to carve our names into the stone of time. But as the crowd surged, I couldn't shake the weight of my own questions, the gnawing fear of whether Valor could withstand the ferocity of reality. I remember my heart racing, matching the tempo of the chaos around us. Every step I took felt like a dance on the edge of an abyss, the void calling my name. Would I be brave enough to plunge into the unknown, or would I cower like a shadow in the corner? Emile grabbed my arm, his grip both comforting and constricting. "We have to fight," he said, his voice low, urgent. "For our dreams. For a future that doesn't feel like a noose around our necks." I could see the shadows of his fear dancing behind his eyes, but there, too, was a flicker of hope, a hope that felt like kindling waiting for a spark. A cacophony erupted as the first gunshots rang out, a harsh disruption of the fragile hope that had just begun to bloom. I felt the shockwave pulse through me, a visceral reminder of the stakes. The world had sharpened into focus, the moment was now, and we were alive within the chaos. "To the barricades!" Isabel cried, her voice slicing through the air like a sword. I could see her fiery determination igniting those around her, souls hungry for change. Bodies surged forward, the crowd was a living entity, swelling and contracting, a heartbeat of rebellion that pulsed through the streets. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows that seemed to dance with the specters of our ancestors, urging us onward, whispering tales of valor and sacrifice. I felt the weight of their stories wrap around me, a cloak of history that both shielded and burdened me. But fear seeped in. I could see the grim faces of soldiers emerging from the smoke, cold and unyielding, their uniforms stark against the backdrop of our dreams. They were not just men, they were symbols of oppression, guardians of a cruel monarchy that had long since forgotten the meaning of compassion. In that moment, I glimpsed the gaping chasm between hope and despair, and I teetered on the precipice. As the first clash erupted, the air thickened with the tang of blood and bravery. I felt the surge of adrenaline, the rush of survival instinct clawing at my throat. I remember the chaos, the screams, the clash of steel, the thundering of feet as my heart raced to keep up with the whirlwind of emotion swirling around us. And yet, amid the terror, I saw Emile standing firm, a sentinel of hope, his eyes alight with a fierce determination. For freedom, he bellowed, and it felt as if the very ground trembled beneath his conviction. Isabel was aflame, darting into the fray, rallying the scattered, igniting the souls who had long since dulled in the shadow of despair. I could feel her energy pulling me closer, blurring the lines between fear and bravery. But what if we lost everything? What if this uprising, this dream, crumbled like ash in our hands? My thoughts spiraled, a whirlpool of doubt and longing. "Emile!" I shouted, desperation gnawing at the edges of my voice. "What if we fail?" He turned to me, anguish etched across his features, yet in his gaze, I saw a flicker of something undeniable, an ember of resilience. "Failure is not the absence of hope," he said fiercely, "but the birthplace of change. We fight not just for ourselves, but for those who will come after us." The words ignited something deep within me. I felt the swell of unity, the pulse of a city alive with dreams and longing. The barricades rose before us, crude yet glorious, a testament to our defiance. In that moment, I understood that we were not just fighting for ourselves, we were fighting for a legacy, one that would echo through the ages. As the night deepened, the shadows lengthened, and the air thickened with tension, I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us. The moon hung low, a silent witness to our struggle, illuminating the faces of the fallen, the brave souls who had dared to dream. And so, we charged forward into the fire, hearts pounding, voices raised, a symphony of rebellion that would either break us or transform us. In that fleeting moment, between hope and despair, we were alive, and the world was ours for the taking. But the night was still young, and the battle had only just begun. The echoes of our cries mingled with the distant toll of clocks, time stretching and warping as we danced on the edge of tomorrow, a tomorrow that shimmered like a mirage, both tantalizingly close and hauntingly far away. The night hung thick with tension, a palpable weight that suffocated the very air around us. The moon, a ghostly witness, cast fractured shadows across the cobblestones of Paris, illuminating the faces of the soldiers standing at attention. They were not mere men in uniform, they were a living, breathing wall of dread, unyielding and fierce. Their eyes reflected a world on the brink, a city teetering between hope and despair. I could feel the heartbeat of the streets, thrumming beneath my feet, pulsing with the shared anxiety of a populace that had known too much suffering. And there was Jean, his brow furrowed deep with uncertainty, hands clenched into tight fists at his side. A soldier, yes, but also a man who had forgotten what it felt like to dream. The weight of his rifle felt heavier than the burden on his soul. He remembered the promises made under the flickering gaslights, the vows of liberty and fraternity, but now they whispered like ghosts, haunting him with their betrayal. "Will we stand for the king?" he muttered, barely audible, but it echoed in my chest like a drumbeat of doom. Beside him was Claire, a nurse-turned-rebel, fiercely loyal to her ideals yet fluttering like a moth caught in a storm. She had seen too much, wielding her cloths and bandages with a tenderness that belied the chaos around her. As she looked up at the soldiers, a shiver ran down her spine. She felt the pulse of their fear, their desperation. Do they know, she wondered. Do they know what it means to be human? The night air was thick with the promise of violence, and her heart ached for the wounded, the lost souls who were once vibrant dreams now reduced to mere numbers. The army stood ready, bodies tense under the dim light. They were the iron hand of the July monarchy, pillars of authority that could crush or protect. Each soldier was a fragment of the collective agony, torn between duty and humanity. I could see their faces, stricken with the weight of their choices, some impassive, others trembling with doubt, as if each moment could tip the balance toward ruin. They were like statues carved from sorrow, a macabre artistry that rendered them both majestic and tragic. A sudden shout shattered the silence, a cry that sliced through the heavy air like a blade. "To arms! To arms!" The call echoed through the streets, igniting a wildfire of tension. Jean's heart raced. The sound was an alarm bell and a siren song. He had trained for this moment, yet its reality struck him like a thunderclap. Would he fight for a king who seemed more ghost than man? Would he spill blood for a crown that felt more like a noose? Claire's breath caught in her throat. She felt the pulse of the city, a heartbeat of panic thrumming louder with each passing second. "There are lives at stake," she cried out, her voice rising above the cacophony of chaos that was beginning to unfold. The soldiers shifted, uncertainty rippling through them, but the order was clear. They were to stand firm, to protect the fragile thread of monarchy that hung like a spider's web above the chaos of revolution. I couldn't help but feel the electric tension coursing through the air. The streets were alive with a mix of fervor and dread. Each heartbeat was a countdown, each breath a whisper of what was to come. It was a moment suspended in time, where every emotion you could muster was laid bare. Fear, anger, hope, all clashed within the thin walls of our chests, as the city trembled beneath us. The army advanced, limbs moving in unison, a mechanical force driven by an unseen hand. With every echo of their boots against the cobblestones, a part of Jean died, a piece that had dared to dream of a different life, one filled with laughter rather than bloodshed. He glanced at Claire, her eyes fierce yet haunted, and he was flooded with a longing to protect her, to shield her from the horrors that lay ahead. "Don't look away," he whispered. "Whatever happens, don't look away." But how could she? The chaos erupted around them like a tempest, a storm of shouting voices and clashing metal. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, iron, and fear, a blend that clung to their skin and seeped into their bones. The shadows lengthened, creeping closer, and with every heartbeat, they felt the weight of history pressing down on them, the ghosts of those who had come before whispering warnings into their ears. Then came the clash, the brutal symphony of war. A chaotic orchestra of screams, shouts, and the sickening sound of bodies hitting the ground. Jean's rifle fired, the bullet a mere extension of his despair. He couldn't tell if he was shooting to protect or to survive. Tears streamed down Claire's face as she rushed to the wounded, her hand stained with the proof of humanity's fragility. She was both healer and witness, a reluctant participant in a tragedy that spiraled beyond her control. In that moment, nothing felt real. The world around them blurred into a swirl of colors and emotions, a kaleidoscope of grief and rage. Jean's heart thundered in his chest, each beat a reminder of the choice he had made, the choice to stand, to fight, to confront the ghosts of his past. And as Claire knelt by a fallen man, whispering words of comfort, she felt the crushing weight of hope and despair intertwining like a noose around her neck. The army was a tapestry of courage and cowardice, love and hatred, stitched together by the fragile threads of loyalty and belief. They were not just soldiers, they were brothers, fathers, and sons, each carrying their own burden of dreams unfulfilled. As the battle raged on, Jean and Claire became mere shadows in a greater narrative, echoes of the human experience that transcended war, loss, and the eternal struggle for identity. In that cacophony, as the night swallowed the cries of the fallen, I felt their pain seep through the cracks of time, a reminder of the fragility of the human condition. And like the ever-ticking clock that hung ominously in the square, I realized that this moment, this intersection of lives and choices, would reverberate through the corridors of history, a haunting melody that would never fade. The clock struck midnight, a mournful chime echoing through the darkened streets of Paris like the heartbeat of a dying city. I stood amid shadows, hunched in the corner of a cramped cafe, the aroma of stale bread mingling with the scent of damp rebellion. Outside, the gas lamps flickered, casting ghostly silhouettes of fervor and futility. The air crackled with tension, each breath heavy with unspoken dreams. I remember the flick of a match as it ignited a spark of hope, or was it despair, in the eyes of a painter, entwined in the chaos of his own creation. Henri, a tortured artist with paint-stained fingers and a soul torn between passion and paralysis, wrestled with an empty canvas as if it were a reflection of his own existence. I could see him there, his brow furrowed, eyes aflame with something that felt raw and primal. He was a modern-day Prometheus, chained to the bedrock of his own mind, desperate for divine inspiration. I remember his voice, a low murmur, woven with threads of doubt. Art is meant to reflect the heart of the people, yet mine feels like a hollow echo. As he spoke, the cafe door burst open, revealing Emily, a poet whose words flowed like blood from a wound, beautiful, painful, and inescapable. Her presence was electric, a storm crashing into the calm, and every eye turned to her as if she held the secrets of the universe. I remember the way she tossed her head back, laughter erupting like fireworks, an explosion of defiance against the suffocating weight of tradition. "We are the ghosts of our own making," she declared, her voice a haunting melody that danced through the fog of uncertainty. "Let us etch our dreams onto these streets, let us scream our truths into the night." In that moment, the world around me faded, and I was drawn into the depths of their torment, their passion, their very existence. The cafe felt like a sanctuary, a haven of emotional turmoil. I could hear the clinking of glasses, feel the vibrations of whispered conversations, each one a pulse in the heart of a city that was alive with creativity, thriving yet fragile, caught between the reverberations of revolution and the longing for serenity. But the shadows were creeping in, whispering doubts into my ear, gnawing at the edges of Henri's fervent hope. The spectre of censorship loomed, a dark cloud threatening to eclipse the light of their genius. "They want us to silence our voices," Henri murmured, pain etched into his features. "To conform to a vision that stifles us." I could see the anguish twisting in his chest, a storm brewing just beneath the surface, ready to erupt. Emily, ever the fierce warrior, stepped closer, her eyes ablaze with an intensity that was almost palpable. "We are not mere puppets, Henri. We are the architects of our own rebellion. Each word, each stroke of the brush, is a blow against the chains that bind us." Her words were a balm, igniting something deep within the artist, a flicker of defiance against the oppressive constraints of Louis Philippe's reign. Yet, even I felt the weight of history pressing down, a vastness that threatened to swallow us whole. I remember wandering the narrow streets, the cobblestones slick with rain, each step echoing the heartbeat of a city caught in a paradox of beauty and despair. Everywhere I turned, I saw remnants of grandeur mixed with decay, an opera house adorned with gilded opulence, a tattered flag fluttering defiantly in the wind. The ghosts of revolutionary spirits whispered through the cracks of history, their stories interwoven with our own. But the heart of Paris pulsed fiercely, igniting a fire that would not be snuffed out. Henri hurled himself at his canvas, his brush dancing with fury, colors colliding in a whirlwind of life and death. Every stroke was a scream, a catharsis, a testament to the turmoil of a nation. He painted not just for himself, but for Emily, for the countless souls suffocating in silence, for the forgotten voices clamoring for recognition. The cafe, once a prison of self-doubt, transformed into a cathedral of creation, where their spirits soared with the wings of untamed expression. I remember the night the storm broke, a tempest of creativity unleashed. Emily recited her verses, each line dripping with raw emotion, while Unrest's brush captured the essence of her words, breathing life into the chaos swirling around them. "The city is a canvas, my heart a palette," she cried, her voice rising above the din. "Let us paint the revolution with love, with anguish, with every hue of our existence." And I felt it, every heartbeat, every breath, heavy with the weight of their dreams. The cafe erupted in applause, the walls vibrating with the fervor of their shared defiance. But even in that moment of triumph, I sensed the shadows lurking at the edges, waiting to pounce. The government's disdain for free thought was a predator, circling, eager for a moment of weakness. I could see the cracks beginning to form, the flicker of doubt creeping back into Unrest's eyes. "What if they silence us?" he whispered, vulnerability breaking through his bravado. "What if they take away our voices?" As Emily stepped closer, the determination in her gaze was palpable. "Then we rise again. Our words, our art, they are weapons in this war for truth. We are not just creators, we are warriors." And in that moment, their flames intertwined, igniting an inferno of possibility, a spark that would either illuminate or consume them. The nights grew longer, darker, the city's heartbeat echoing with anticipation. Each whispered word became a battle cry, an incantation against the creeping night. The tension thickened, a palpable presence that felt like a tightening noose around my throat. I remember the hours spent in that cafe, the weight of their dreams hanging heavy in the air, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of art in a world that demanded silence. But still, they painted, they wrote, they fought. The art world of Louis Philippe's reign was a tapestry woven with vibrant colors and dark threads, a reflection of a society teetering on the brink. And beneath it all, I could feel the pulse of a revolution waiting to be born, a fight for freedom that would echo through history. As the dawn approached, the shadows retreated momentarily, but I knew they would return, lurking, watching, waiting for their moment to strike. Yet in the depths of that cafe, amidst the chaos of creation, I felt a flicker of hope, a reminder that even in darkness, the light of art could blaze fiercely, illuminating the path toward a future that held the promise of liberation. And as I stood on the precipice of this moment, I understood, this was not just a story, it was a heartbeat, a roar against the silence. The ghosts of the past echoed through the walls, whispering the names of those who dared to dream. The stage was set, the players ready, and the curtain rising, a world on the brink of transformation. In the chaos of creation, the heart of Paris beat on, wild and free, a testament to the unyielding spirit of art and literature in the face of tyranny. The sun hung low over the shores of distant lands, an ominous ball of fire casting shadows longer than the regrets of those who dared to dream big. The air was thick, thick with the scent of salt water, sweat, and the silent cries of those who had lost their way. Jean-Pierre stood there, boots sinking into the sand, heart racing like a wild horse. He was a soldier of France, yet he felt more like a ghost haunting the ruins of his own soul. Behind him, the echoes of cannon fire reminded him that war was not just an act of valor but a dance with death, and today, the music was discordant. He squinted into the horizon, where the silhouettes of the enemy ships loomed, dark specters against the dying light. He could hear the laughter of children in the distant village. They were oblivious to the chaos that awaited them, to the blood that would stain their hands, their homes. "I remember," he whispered into the wind, "when I thought duty was glory. But glory was just a mirage, shimmering and deceptive, and duty felt like a heavy chain around his neck." Nearby, Madame Elise stood, clutching a tattered letter to her chest, the ink smudged by tears that had no end. She was not a soldier but a mother, and the pain she bore was a wound that would never heal. "I remember," she murmured, "the laughter of my daughter, the way she danced around the firelight, her dreams as bright as the stars." The stars, those distant, uncaring witnesses to human folly. She knew the darkness that lay ahead, knew that the ships weren't just vessels, they were harbingers of despair. And yet, here she was, caught in a web of conflicting emotions, love for her child and a fierce loyalty to her homeland. It was madness, really. madness to think that the land she loved could be so easily sold to the highest bidder, the most ruthless conqueror. The colonial ambitions of her country were like an insatiable beast, devouring everything in its path. "What have we become?" she gasped, every word laced with the bitterness of betrayal. "We are the monsters in our own fairy tales." And in the shadows, lurking like a vulture, was Etienne, a young idealist whose heart still beat with the hope of revolution. He had come to this land believing in a world of equality, liberty, fraternity. But now, as he watched Jean-Pierre prepare for battle, he felt that hope wane like the fading sun. "I remember," he thought, "when I believed we could be saviors." But he felt the weight of his own naivety, the realization that even the noblest intentions could pave the road to hell. "Jean-Pierre!" Etienne shouted, his voice trembling with urgency. "This isn't just a conquest. It's our humanity at stake." But Jean-Pierre didn't turn. He was a soldier bound by orders, a pawn in a game played by kings. The tension hung in the air, electric and suffocating. Their eyes met briefly, a clash of ideals, a chasm of understanding too wide to bridge. The sun dipped lower, the horizon bleeding crimson, and with it came the distant rumble of drums, a death knell announcing the coming storm. "I remember," Elise whispered again, clutching her letter tighter, her fingers digging into the fragile paper as if trying to extract the last remnants of hope. She could see the ships now, their sails unfurling like the wings of harbingers of doom. Her breath hitched in her throat, every heartbeat a reminder of her daughter's laughter, now just an echo in her mind. The ground trembled beneath them, shaking with the weight of decisions made long before they were born. The air was thick with the cries of those fighting to hold on to their homes while the empire swept like a tidal wave, relentless and unforgiving. Jean-Pierre felt the fear gnaw at him, fear of failure, fear of becoming the very monster they claimed to fight against. Each beat of the drum echoed in his chest, mirroring his resolve, but it was laced with doubt. "I remember," he started, almost as if he could turn back time with those words. "The dreams we had, the vision of a grand French empire. But dreams, like paper lanterns, could be snuffed out in an instant. What if we become nothing more than shadows?" The confrontation was inevitable. It was not just the enemy ships on the horizon, it was the confrontation within themselves. Etienne stepped forward, fists clenched, the air crackling with tension. "You have a choice, Jean-Pierre. We can fight for something greater than ourselves." "Greater." Jean-Pierre spit back, his voice raw with emotion. "What do you know of greatness? This is war. It's blood and fire, not ideals, and poetry." The sun dipped below the horizon, shadows creeping closer, wrapping around them like a cold embrace. And then, amidst the rising tide of their anguish, a gunshot, a single, shattering sound that shattered the fragile moment. It rang out like a bell tolling for the damned. Elise gasped, the letter slipping from her fingers, drifting like a lost soul into the sand. The world spun in that instant, time suspended, and they all stood paralyzed, each one of them terrified of what came next. Then chaos erupted, bodies moving with fierce desperation, the battle lines drawn not just between nations but within their very souls. Jean-Pierre charged forward, driven by something primal, yet all he could think was that he was just a man caught in a storm of history, his humanity fading with every step. "I remember the stars," he shouted against the noise, "the dreams we had." But those dreams felt like ghosts now, fading into the night, just as the screams of war drowned out all reason, echoing through the darkened skies like a sinister lullaby. In that moment, as the world around them spiraled into chaos, they were all just fragments of a greater tragedy, clocks ticking toward an inevitable end, shadows cast long by the past, and the future written in blood. The expansion of an empire was not just a tale of conquest, it was a haunting reminder of humanity's darkest depths, a dance with shadows that would never fully fade. And with each heartbeat, the storm drew closer. A cold wind howled through the empty streets of Paris, the stone cobblestones slick with rain that had fallen and pooled like tears. The lamps flickered, casting shadows that danced like ghosts in the night. It was a time of change, of relentless movement, and yet, amid all this, the city felt frozen in the grip of uncertainty. I stood there, heart racing, feeling the weight of history pressing down, an invisible spectre hovering over the bustling markets and the desperate faces of the poor. I remember the faces, each etched in my mind with a haunting clarity. There was Emile, a shopkeeper whose dreams had been buried under the weight of Louis Philippe's economic policies. His hands, once accustomed to sorting flour and sugar, trembled now as he clutched his apron, his eyes glassy with despair. "Do you see it, Henri?" he asked me, voice cracking, barely a whisper above the wind. "Do you see how the rich grow fatter while we wither away? I can't feed my children on dreams." His honesty was a raw wound, an open declaration of the suffering that had become a daily struggle. And then there was Margot, a seamstress with fabric-stained fingers that could tell stories of both elegance and heartache. Her laughter was a fragile bubble, threatened by the harshness of reality, yet it clung to her like a beacon of hope. "The rich," she would say, shaking her head, "think money can buy happiness. But had they ever felt the joy of a child's laughter? Or the warmth of a shared meal?" Her spirit was a wildfire against the cold indifference of the city's elite, but even she felt the embers of despair flickering. The economic policies of Louis Philippe were a tightrope walk above a chasm of instability. His attempts to modernize France had been a double-edged sword. Industrialization surged forward like a storm, but for every factory that sprang up, thousands of workers were left in the shadows, their dreams swallowed whole. They bathed once a year, I joked bitterly to Emile, trying to lighten the mood, so yeah, romance was earthy. But laughter had a way of masking pain, and our mirth felt as hollow as the empty barrels lining the streets. I remember nights when the moon hung high like a silver coin, casting its light over the restless city. Margot and I would sit on the cobblestones, sharing dreams and fears, our voices entwined with the lull of the night. "What if we took a stand?" she would ask, eyes blazing with defiance. "What if we demanded our worth?" But the weight of reality pressed down, a heavy cloak that stifled the flames of hope. The clock tower struck midnight, and its chimes echoed through the alleys, a ghostly reminder of the time slipping away. The wealthy elites dined under gilded chandeliers, oblivious to the cries echoing from the streets below. They spoke of progress, of profits, as if the very souls of the workers were mere statistics in a ledger. "Success or failure," I whispered to the night, "it all depends on whose perspective you ask." But the cries of the hungry were becoming a chorus too loud to ignore. I could feel the tension in the air, a palpable energy that crackled like static before a storm. Emile's shop had closed, doors bolted shut, the lingering scent of despair heavy in the air. "I can't lose hope," he said, desperation clawing at the edges of his voice. "If I do, what will I have left?" And then, the day came, a day when the simmering discontent boiled over. I stood amidst the chaos, watching as the working class poured into the streets, voices rising in a tumultuous symphony of anger and demand. Margot was there, her spirit ignited, leading the charge with a fierce determination that sent chills through the crowd. "We are here," she shouted, each word a thunderclap. "We will not be silenced." I felt it, the electricity coursing through the air, the palpable fear mingling with exhilaration. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat that stretched infinitely as the masses surged forward, a tide of human emotion crashing against the walls of oppression. And then the soldiers, cloaked in authority, their faces a mask of stoic indifference, appeared at the fringes, weapons glinting ominously in the dim light. My heart raced. "Emile!" I cried, panic slicing through me like a knife. "Get back!" But he was already lost in the sea of bodies, a tiny ship in a storm, and I could see Margot, fierce and unyielding, as she raised her fist high, determination etched into her features. "This is our time. We will not back down." The clash was brutal, a cacophony of shouts and gunfire that pierced through the night like jagged glass. Each shot rang out like a death knell, a reminder that the struggle was not just for food or wages, but for dignity itself. The city was a battlefield, echoes of dreams and fears intertwining in a surreal dance of chaos and courage. I remember the rush of adrenaline, the horrors and hopes colliding like a storm. The very air was charged, electric with possibility and fear. And in that split second, I understood, Louis Philippe's policies were not mere lines in a book, but living, breathing entities that shaped the very core of our being. The successes? they felt like a distant memory, swallowed whole by the failures that loomed ominously on the horizon. The night bled into dawn, a piercing light breaking through the chaos, illuminating the faces of the fallen and the defiant. But amid the carnage, a flicker of hope remained, a fragile flame that refused to be extinguished. And I, standing amidst the ruins of dreams, felt the weight of history pressing closer, the cycle of struggle turning once more. The street was alive with the echoes of our cries, each heartbeat a testament to our existence, and as the sun rose, casting long shadows over the city, I knew this was just the beginning. Time would tell what would become of us, as it always does. For now, we stood on the precipice, caught between what was and what could be, living out the raw, unfiltered reality of our desires, our failures, and our unyielding spirit. A clock ticks loudly, echoing in the empty hall of a school that has seen better days. Dust dances in the beams of light filtering through cracked windows, remnants of a forgotten mission. Outside, the shadows of the city loom, heavy with the weight of unfulfilled promises and dreams deferred. Inside, 3 souls are caught in a web of urgency, each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes at play. I remember the moment I first stepped into this echoing void, the air thick with desperation. Amelia, fiercely determined yet deeply flawed, stood at the front, her eyes ablaze with a tempest of hope and despair. A teacher by trade but a warrior by circumstance, she clutched a pile of crumpled papers, curriculum reforms she had poured her heart into, scribbled in the margins with frantic energy. Her voice trembled. "We can't let them take this away from us. Not again." Each word was a battle cry, a plea that clawed at the hearts of those around her. And then there was Sam, the reluctant soldier in this war of ideals. He was a man caught between duty and desire, lost in a chimera of dreams of his childhood. Back then, the world was full of vibrant colors, but now it lay draped in muted shadows. He had once believed in the power of education to shape destiny. Standing by the cracked doorway, he watched Amelia, torn between his love for her passion and the gnawing fear that she would lead them to ruin. What if her dreams crumbled like the walls around them? What if all the sacrifices they had made were in vain? He shivered at the thought. In the corner, a ghost from their past lingered, the spectre of Mr. Thompson, their old principal. A man whose dreams had been chained by bureaucracy, a vision of what could have been now reduced to mere whispers of missed opportunities. But he wasn't just a memory, he was a haunting reminder of the stakes. "You think you can change it all?" his voice echoed in Sam's mind, deep and gravelly, a bitter laugh tinged with regret. "You think your little papers can rewrite a broken system?" The clock struck again, a sharp reminder that time was slipping through their fingers like sand. Amelia's breath quickened, desperation hanging in the air like smoke. "We don't have time to be afraid, Sam. We have to show them that education can be a weapon for change, not a tool for oppression." Her words were blades, cutting through the fog of doubt. She was fierce, a tempest, and yet so vulnerable, an emotional hurricane waiting to burst. I stood there, rooted in the moment as if time had suspended itself. The palpable tension thickened, tightening around us like a noose. I could almost taste the fear and determination in the air. I remember imagining the children who would fill these empty desks, their faces bright with curiosity, their laughter echoing off the walls. What if they never get the chance? I thought, and the thought sent a shiver racing down my spine. The shadows outside shifted, a storm brewing. In the dusky twilight, the city was alive, and yet it felt more like a graveyard of hopes. A siren wailed in the distance, a mournful cry that seemed to mock their ambitions. Sam clenched his fists, the weight of his indecision nearly suffocating. "What if we fail?" he whispered, his voice almost lost among the echoes. "What if we're just chasing ghosts?" Amelia shot him a look, fierce and unwavering. "And what if we succeed?" The fire in her eyes ignited something in him, a flicker of courage buried beneath layers of fear and doubt. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "We can't let the ghosts of failure dictate our future. This is our chance to reshape it. To build something that matters." Suddenly, the reality of their situation crashed down upon them like a tidal wave. The school board meeting loomed, an arena where dreams could either take flight or be shattered into a million pieces. They sat on the precipice of change, teetering between hope and despair. Each of them held a piece of the puzzle, but the picture was still shrouded in fog. As they prepared to face the tempest, the clock chimed once more, a reminder of the time slipping away. I could feel the weight of history pressing against them, the hopes and dreams of every student who had ever walked these halls hanging in the balance. Education wasn't just a curriculum, it was the lifeblood of a community, a chance for redemption. But every heartbeat reverberated with uncertainty. Would they be brave enough to seize this moment? I remember the tremors of doubt, the fear that clawed at their hearts. But in that flickering moment, something shifted, an unspoken bond of resilience, a flicker of defiance against the looming shadows. In a world where children bathed once a year, where dreams were earthy and raw, they were ready to stand against the tides of mediocrity. They were ready to fight for the future of a generation. The shadows outside danced with anticipation, the city itself holding its breath. "Let's do this," Amelia said, her voice steady, a beacon in the storm. Sam nodded, fear still lurking in his eyes but ignited by a spark of something greater. Together, they would confront the ghosts that haunted them, the ghosts of the past that screamed they were not enough, that change was impossible. But in the depths of their struggle, they found a truth more profound than any curriculum. Education was not just about knowledge, it was about human connection, about hearts beating in unison against the darkness. As they stepped out of the shadows of the past and into the uncertain light of the future, I felt the tension crackle in the air, a promise of what was to come. The confrontation awaited, the stakes impossibly high, but they were no longer alone. Together, they would write a new chapter, the ink fresh and alive, and the pages trembling with possibility. And as the storm raged outside, a new dawn was about to break, one that would change everything, and nothing would ever be the same again. The clock tower struck midnight, its chime echoing through the air like a desperate cry for justice. A figure stood in the shadows, heart racing, breath catching in a throat tight with dread. Lucien pressed his back against the cold, damp stone of the alleyway, the stench of refuse wafting through the night, mingling with the scent of revolution. He could hear them, the muffled shouts of the crowd, like a distant storm gathering strength, angry and restless. I remember the first time I felt it, the hum in the air, the sense that something was about to break, he whispered, his voice barely audible over the clamor. He could still see her face, Amelie's fiery eyes shining with determination, a beacon in the murky gloom. She had dared him to dream, dared him to believe that the world could change. But dreams can be dangerous things, especially in a city soaked in the blood of its past. Amelie, radiant and reckless, had always drawn him in. Now, she stood among the masses, shouting with fervor, her hands raised as if she could lift the weight of the world. "Down with the king," she cried, her voice slicing through the chaos like a knife. Lucien's heart twisted at the sight. He loved her, yes, but love is a fickle master, a warm glow in a world of bitter chill. He wanted to pull her back, to shield her from the tumult, yet he felt the gravity of her passion pull him closer, deeper into the fray. "Why do you fight, Lucien?" she had asked him once, the sunlight kissing her golden hair. "Do you want to live like this, the dust of the streets in your lungs? Or do you want to grasp the sky?" In that moment, he had seen her promise, her fierce spirit igniting a fire within him, but now, standing on the cusp of chaos, he struggled to answer. I remember, the words escaped his lips like a prayer. I remember the coldness of the noble's laughter, the way it cut deeper than any blade. Just then, a shout pierced the night, raw and primal. A barricade had been thrown up, crude yet defiant, the crowd surging forward like waves crashing against the shore. They were ready to fight for their place beneath the sun, ready to drown in blood if necessary. The faint glow of lanterns illuminated faces twisted in rage, eyes wide with fear and hope intermingled, each one telling a story of struggle. In the midst of it all stood Pierre, a baker with flour-streaked hands and a heart heavy with dreams. He had offered bread to the hungry, warmth to the cold. Yet Pierre, too, felt the clutches of despair tighten around him like a noose. "I remember the day they came for my father," he muttered to himself, the image still fresh, a ghost that haunted his every waking moment. "They took him for a crime he didn't commit. Now, I see the truth, justice is reserved for the wealthy, the powerful." He had poured his soul into the dough, into every loaf that emerged from his oven, hoping that one day, the bread would rise above the ashes of oppression. But tonight, his hands clenched into fists, the weight of his rage turning him into a different man. "No more," he bellowed, his voice rising above the throng, a battle cry for those who had nothing left to lose. The mob surged, and Lucien felt the heat of their anger wash over him like a tidal wave, pulling him under. "Amelie," he called, panic lacing his voice as the crowd twisted and turned, a wild beast with a hunger for change. He caught sight of her, wild and untamed, her spirit igniting the very air around her. She was magic, she was fire, she was a force of nature. Yet, with every step she took, he felt the ground slip away beneath him. The cracks of gunfire erupted, shattering the night, and time slowed as if the universe held its breath. Lucien's heart raced, pounding against his chest like a war drum. "No," he screamed, lunging forward as if he could somehow reach her, protect her from the terrible fate that loomed like a specter in the darkness. He caught a glimpse of her, standing defiant before the soldiers, her silhouette framed against the chaos. "We will not be silenced," she shouted, voice unwavering, yet he could see the fear lurking in her eyes, the flicker of doubt that threatened to extinguish the flame of hope. "I remember," the words tumbled from his lips like a mantra. "I remember the softness of her hand in mine, the dreams we wove together in the quiet hours of night." But now, that softness was replaced by the hardness of the pavement, the coldness of reality pressing down upon them. Pierre charged forward, a lion amongst sheep, driven by the ghosts of his past, eager to rewrite the fate that had stolen his father. "For the ones who fell," he roared, fists raised high. Yet, the soldiers stood firm, their ranks a wall of iron, unyielding as the very throne they protected. Lucien's breath quickened, a cacophony of emotion swirling within him, fear, love, anger, and a desperate yearning for a world where dreams didn't die in the bloom of youth. Closer, closer he pushed through the throng, adrenaline coursing through his veins like fire. Would he reach her in time? Would he save her from this madness? And then there it was, a moment suspended in time, where everything hung in the balance. He saw Amelie, her spirit unbroken, her defiance a beacon, yet the soldiers were closing in. "Lucien," she shouted, but the wind stole her voice, the chaos swallowing her whole. The world around them blurred, a haunting symphony of shouts and cries, a dance of light and shadow. Lucien felt the pull of fate, the relentless tide of history crashing down upon them, threatening to bury them beneath the weight of it all. With every heartbeat, every breath, the air thickened with an intoxicating mix of fear and resolve. This was a fight not just for their lives, but for a future they dared to envision, a world where the ghosts of oppression no longer loomed, their shadows no longer shackling the hopes of the living. And in that swirling maelstrom of emotions, love, loss, and the unyielding call for justice, Lucien reached for Amelie, for Pierre, for the countless souls entwined in their fates, bound together by the thin thread of resistance. As the storm surged, he knew deep in his bones, this was just the beginning. The clock struck again, its chimes a haunting reminder that time, like the very revolution they fought for, was relentless, and the night was far from over. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of burning barricades, a bitter perfume that clung to the throat, choking back screams. It was February in Paris, the sky a bruised canvas, swirling with the muted cries of a city on the brink. I stood there, my heart pounding like a drum, each beat a countdown to chaos. Around me, shadows flickered, familiar faces caught in the grim dance of desperation and hope. There was Emile, his eyes wild, a tempest of fear and fury, and Clara, her pale face set with determination, clutching her threadbare shawl as if it were armor against the encroaching darkness. I remember the sun, shining bright on cobblestones. I whispered to no one. I remember laughter spilling over, dreams carried on the wind. But now? Now, the laughter felt like a distant memory, drowned in the cacophony of revolution. The cries of the people rose like a raw wave, crashing against the stone walls of power, each shout a prayer, a demand for freedom. Emile pushed forward, the fervor of youth igniting his every word. "They can't silence us," he shouted, defiance intertwined with desperation. The crowd surged, a thrumming pulse of shared anguish and longing, as if every heart beat in sync. "They've taken everything. Our dreams, our dignity. No more." The intensity of his voice echoed through the streets, igniting a fire that leapt from heart to heart. But Clara stood still, rooted in the chaos. What if they come for us? Her voice trembled, barely a whisper, yet it cut through the tumult like a knife. What if they take us? I could see the shadows of her fears, dark and clawing at her courage. She wasn't just afraid of soldiers or guards, she was terrified of losing what little hope she had left. I remembered the nights we spent dreaming of a better future, weaving tales of a world reborn. Clara! I reached out, gripping her shoulder, a lifeline in the storm. We can't let fear dictate our fate. But even as I said it, doubt gnawed at my insides, a creeping vine squeezing the breath from my lungs. I wanted to believe in our dreams, but reality lurked, cruel and hungry. A thunderous crash shattered the air. The sound of a window breaking, glass raining down like glittering stars in a dying sky. My heart leaped, and I turned to face the chaos unfurling before us. Soldiers, clad in dark uniforms, marched with the weight of inevitability on their shoulders, rifles glinting ominously. Run! Emile bellowed as the wave of uniformed men surged toward us, the ground trembling beneath their boots. They're coming for us! And in that moment, time stretched and warped, a cosmic joke played out in the streets of Paris. I felt the weight of history pressing down, an ancient force pushing us toward confrontation, the past and future colliding in a cacophony of noise and emotion. We ran, heartbeats drumming a frantic rhythm. Clara stumbled, her foot catching on uneven cobblestones, and I reached for her, pulling her up as the world around us morphed into a blur of chaos and despair. I could hear the shouts of our peers, the cries of the wounded, but all I felt was the thump of our shoes against the stones, the echo of our breaths mingling with the shouts for justice. Emile! I shouted as we ducked into a narrow alley, the shadows swallowing us whole. What do we do? The darkness felt thick, suffocating, yet alive with the pulse of our shared fear. Shadows danced on the walls, flickers of movement taunting us as we huddled together. His eyes were wide, fierce, yet there was a flicker of something more, regret? Guilt? We fight, he said, determination warring with uncertainty. For our futures, for our voices. But what did that mean, really? The weight of his words felt heavy, and the reality of our situation seeped in like a cold wind. Will it be worth it? Clara asked, her voice trembling, echoing the questions that rattled through my mind. What if we fail? Those words hung in the air, tangible and choking. I thought of the faces of the fallen, the ones whose dreams had been snuffed out like candles, their hopes buried in the rubble of history. We can't let fear win, I heard myself say, not entirely convinced that the mantra would hold against the tide of despair. We have to stand up, even if it costs us everything. A tremor ran through the walls around us, a reminder that the storm was closing in. A distant roar of the crowd, a symphony of anger and hope. It was intoxicating, exhilarating, but also terrifying. I felt the ghosts of those who had come before us, their dreams echoing in the alleyways, pushing us toward the fray. As the barricades rose in the streets, made from the remnants of our shattered dreams and hopes, each wooden plank was a promise, a vow to fight against the very shadows that sought to engulf us. The heart of Paris was a volcano, ready to erupt. The tension tingled in the air, a primal rhythm that resonated in our bones. I remember the whispers of our dreams, I murmured, my heart racing with the weight of it all. I remember believing we could change the world. I felt the flicker of hope ignite within me, fragile yet fierce. And then, as dawn began to break over the horizon, the first rays of light cutting through the chaos, we stepped forward, together, Emile, Clara, and I, into the maelstrom of revolution. Our hearts beat as one, a defiant drum against the shadows, the dawn of a new era whispering promises of change, hanging like stars in the darkened sky. In that moment, caught between the past and an uncertain future, we were not just fighting for ourselves. We were fighting for every soul who dared to dream, every heart that beat with the rhythm of hope. We were the revolution, alive and trembling with possibility, even as the world around us threatened to unravel. And with each step, we plunged deeper into the storm, knowing that the end was just the beginning. The clock ticks louder in the empty chamber, a metronome marking time with a samba rhythm that reverberates off the cold stone walls. Outside, the streets of Paris are ablaze with rage, a boiling cauldron of dreams shattered, menacing whispers echoing like ghosts through the narrow alleys. Louis Philippe sits slumped in his gilded chair, the ornate fabric of his royal robe heavy with the weight of impending doom, a crown more a shackle than a symbol of sovereignty. I remember the look on his face, pale as the dawn after a storm, haunted by the shadows of betrayal and abandonment that swirl around him like smoke. In the corner, a servant trembles, a young man with eyes wide as saucers. His name is Etienne, his heart racing, caught between loyalty to the king and a fierce yearning for the freedom that the revolution promises. I remember his voice, a mere whisper, "Your Majesty, we must leave. They are coming." Each word tumbles from his lips like stones dropped into an abyss, reverberating against the silence. The king's gaze drifts, lost in thoughts of glory now turned to ash, the laughter of his court replaced by the sound of distant shouts, the blood of his subjects boiling hotter than the sun that sinks behind the horizon. "Leave." Louis Philippe scoffs, but there's a tremor in his voice, a crack in the facade of his authority. He leans forward, fingers trembling against the polished surface of the table, a man teetering on the precipice of his own demise. "I was chosen by the people, Etienne." The words fall from his lips like a futile incantation, an invocation for power that has slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. Power, the intoxicating nectar of kings, now sour in his throat. But Etienne knows the truth that cuts deeper than any blade. He remembers the faces of the hungry, the desperate, the ones who once cheered for Louis Philippe now chanting for his head. The echoes of their voices claw at the walls of the palace, a relentless reminder that love can curdle into hate faster than one can draw breath. They have taken back their hearts, Your Majesty. They want justice, not a monarch who hides behind walls of gold. A storm brews outside, thunder rumbling like the very earth wrestling with the weight of history. And in that moment, as lightning splits the sky, a third figure enters, the Queen, Marie Amélie, her face a portrait of sorrow framed by despair. The elegant curve of her lips trembles, betraying the strength she tries to embody. She is the anchor and the storm, two souls intertwined as they drift into chaos. "Louis," she implores, her voice soft yet firm. "It is time. Time." A concept that feels both infinite and fleeting, a paradox that twists the heart. Louis Philippe looks at her, searching for solace, for understanding. "I remember," he starts, a flood of memories threatening to drown him, memories of parades, of laughter, of promises made under starlit skies. "I remember when they cheered my name, when I was their hope, their light. But the light has dimmed, and shadows loom larger than life." Marie Amélie steps closer, her hands trembling slightly as they reach for his. "You were their light, my love. And now, you risk being extinguished." Her voice is laced with an urgency that pierces the veil of denial. She knows this moment. This is the moment love must confront reality, must fight against the tide of history that drags them all into the depths. Outside, the noise rises, a furious wave crashing against the palace gates. I remember the fear in Etienne's eyes morphed into something sharp, a blade ready to cut through the tension. "Your Majesty, we cannot wait any longer." The words burst forth, raw and desperate. "You will die here. We all will." In that moment, Louis Philippe feels the weight of the crown pressing down, the cold metal digging into his brow. He hears the cries of the mob, a cacophony of anguish and rage that swirl around him, threatening to engulf everything he once knew. "I am their king," he bellows, yet the tremor reveals his vulnerability, the facade cracking like porcelain under pressure. I remember the way his voice quivered, a king stripped of his power, standing naked before the storm. And then, silence, a heartbeat suspended in time. The kind of silence that fills a room with a suffocating dread, where every breath feels like an act of rebellion against the inevitable. It is Marie Amélie who breaks it, her eyes fierce, a flash of defiance, as she tilts her chin upward. "Then be the king they need, not the one they fear." The words ricochet through the chamber, echoing the very heart of a people yearning for change. He falters, hesitates. The weight of his choices presses down like a stone. "What will they want from me?" The question hangs in the air, heavy and foreboding. An echo of a time long past, a king now torn between duty and survival, between love and legacy. Etienne steps forward, resolve strengthening his voice. They want hope, Your Majesty. You must show them you are willing to fight for them. The storm outside roars, as if the heavens themselves are bearing witness to this crucible of choice, a moment that could either crown him a hero or condemn him to the annals of history as a coward. The storm rages on, and I can almost feel the electricity in the air, a tension thick enough to choke on. Moments stretch and snap like a taut string ready to break. Louis Philippe takes a breath, and it feels as if the world holds its breath with him. The shadows are closing in, but there's light, flickering like a dying candle, an ember of resolve igniting within him. Outside, the cries swell, a tide of humanity surging against the palace walls, a heartbeat of rebellion that echoes through the night. I remember the moment when he finally stands, straightening his back, erecting a makeshift crown forged from desperation and courage, the flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Let them have what they want, he murmurs, a promise to the wind, to the rain, to the shadows that threaten to consume him. And as he steps towards the door, I swear the very walls seem to tremble in anticipation, as if even the stones know that this is not just an abdication of power, it is the relinquishing of a past, his past, a surrender to a future unknown. The door swings wide, the king ready to face the storm, and the shadows of history watch, silent witnesses to the unfolding tale, waiting with bated breath for what is to come. The streets are alive, alive with the roar of a people, alive with the promise of revolution, and Louis Philippe walks into the fray, the heartbeat of a nation echoing in his chest. And I stand here, frozen in the moment, a witness to the unfolding drama, knowing that this is not the end. No, it's merely the prelude to something greater, a symphony that has just begun. The clock ticks louder, the night deepens, and the shadows stretch long, hungry for more. The moon hung low in the sky, a sliver of silver sharp enough to cut through the darkness that blanketed the abandoned garden, its forgotten stones littered with overgrown weeds. A chill crept along the ground, wrapping around the gnarled roots of ancient trees, whispering secrets only the spectres understood. I stood there, heart racing, knees trembling, the air thick with memories of a time when laughter and light filled this place, before the fall. I remember, I murmured to the shadows, the day the crown slipped from his brow. The words echoed, brittle and haunting. A gust of wind knocked against the twisted branches, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and bygone glory. My chest constricted with loss, every heartbeat a reminder of the man once revered, now a ghost among the living. It was just a week ago when Henry, my brother, had stood in this very spot, his voice trembling with fury. He was everything to us. And now look! I could still see the fire in his eyes, fierce and raw, a reflection of the same anger that simmered in my own heart. The fallen monarch was not just a figurehead, he was our father, our legacy. I swallowed hard, choking on the weight of betrayal, on the taste of failure. My thoughts spiraled back to that fateful night, the echoes of laughter now replaced by the harsh clang of iron against iron. I could not escape the relentless images that invaded my mind, shadows dancing in and out of focus, flickering like candle flames in a draught. Henry! I had cried, but my voice had been swallowed by the chaos. We have to go. We had always dreamed of a life unfettered by the rigid chains of power, a life where the past didn't haunt us like a relentless spectre. But now, as I stepped deeper into the shadows, I realized we were more entangled than ever. The crown, that cursed golden emblem, no longer shimmered with the promise of greatness, it now lay tarnished beneath the weight of betrayal. God, how could he? I asked the night, the silence answering only with the rustling of leaves. A deep sigh escaped my lips, heavy with heartache. I had watched him, my father, drowning in a sea of his own making, surrounded by the very traitors he had once called allies. I remembered the moment the guards had burst into the hall, swords drawn, shouts echoing like thunder. It's too late. I had screamed, my voice a fragile thread in the cacophony of chaos. A single tear slipped down my cheek, cold as the night air. I remember, I whispered, each syllable a thread pulling me back into that moment, into the heart of despair. But alongside that despair, there was anger, seething, red-hot fury that boiled beneath my skin. Henry had warned him, had pleaded with him to reconsider, to trust no one. Yet pride had been his downfall, a gilded cage that had trapped him in a world of his own delusion. The moonlight flickered, casting ghostly shadows that danced on the stone walls, and I could almost see my father in those fleeting images, a proud figure, once larger than life, now reduced to an echo of what he had been. I turned to face the night, the air thick with anticipation, the weight of my own feelings like a coiled serpent ready to strike. Is this how it ends? The question whispered through the trees, and I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down on me, the stars flickering in cruel mockery. I shivered, the chill biting deeper than the cold air. Would the history books remember him as a king or as a fool? Then, from the murky depths of the garden, Henry emerged, his face pale as a spectre. "They're coming," he breathed, the words barely escaping his lips. "They seek revenge." The urgency in his voice pulled me taut, reality crashing back in waves, drowning out the echoes of nostalgia. "Then we fight," I declared, the fire igniting within me. I could feel the essence of our family surging through my veins, the pride, the anguish, the unbreakable bond that tied us to our lineage. My heart thudded like a war drum, each beat echoing with a sense of inevitable confrontation. "But it's not just the throne at stake," he countered, desperation illuminating his eyes. "It's our humanity." And there it was, the heart of our conflict, a fracture that ran deeper than the crown itself. We were not simply fighting for power, we were fighting for who we were, for the very soul of our family. I took a step closer, the moonlight casting a pale glow over his face, revealing the fear that lay beneath his bravado. "We cannot let them erase everything," I whispered, the weight of our shared history pressing down on us as we stood at the precipice of destiny, uncertainty swirling around us like a tempest. "I know," he said, voice shaking as he reached for my hand, our fingers lacing together in a moment of unity. "But are we strong enough?" The shadows whispered back, taunting us with the truth. Nothing was ever guaranteed, but the rage within me flared anew, a phoenix rising from the ashes of despair. "We have to be." And as we stood there, two souls entwined in the throes of fate, I could feel the clock ticking, each second a reminder that time was slipping away, leaving only echoes of what once was a fallen monarch, a crumbling legacy, and the unyielding fight ahead. Together, I breathed, as the night grew darker, sealing our pact with the weight of destiny. The air crackled with tension, the moon watching us, a silent witness to our resolve. The past loomed behind us, a spectre ready to strike, but our hearts beat as one, ready to face whatever came next. The shadows would not swallow us whole, we would forge our own path, a fierce and fiery light amidst the darkness. The room was suffocating, thick with the scent of candle wax and whispered conspiracies, the air vibrating with tension. It was the night of the banquet, the grand affair that would set the stage for a reckoning, each guest draped in silks and jewelry that caught the flickering light, the laughter echoing like a distant thunderstorm, masking the tempest brewing beneath. In the corner, Adrian's heart raced, each beat drowning in a sea of doubt. She could almost hear the whispers of history, the echoes of a king's choices, thrumming beneath her skin. Louis Philippe I, the so-called citizen king, had built a fragile empire on the ashes of revolution, and tonight, as she stood there, she couldn't shake the feeling that the ghosts of the past had come to collect their due. "I remember the first time I saw him," she murmured, fingers trembling against the rim of her glass. "He was a man of the people," they said, a bridge between the monarchy and the masses. But what can a bridge do when the ground shifts beneath it? Her voice was low, almost drowned out by the laughter of the nobles in the room, their faces painted with the hues of ambition and deception. Each laugh felt like a knife in her heart, twisting with the knowledge that while they danced, the city outside simmered with unrest. Across the room, her brother, Julian, stood like a sentinel, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He was a man burdened with ideals, a firebrand whose passion for justice crackled with the intensity of a bonfire, at once warm and dangerously consuming. "We can't ignore the people any longer, Adrian," he insisted, his voice rising above the din, further igniting his words. "They are hungry and cold, and Louis Philippe, he plays the game with their lives. It's time they know the truth." The passion in his voice held a spell over the few who dared listen, but the others, those fattened on privilege, merely scoffed, their eyes glazed over with disdain. "The truth?" Adrienne shot back, her voice sharp as a dagger. What truth do you offer, dear brother? That we should tear down the very walls we've built? That we should expose ourselves to the chaos that lies beyond? You speak of justice as if it were a balm, but it is a blade that cuts both ways. She was torn, caught in the crossfire of familial loyalty and a gnawing fear of what lies ahead. Their father had once said, "The world dances to the beat of power, but whose power?" The weight of history pressed down upon her, a palpable force that made her chest feel tight. Outside, the night erupted in a chorus of shouts and distant cries. The citizens were rising, a tide of revolution swelling against the barricades of privilege. The sound crashed against the walls, filling the room with an electric pulse, a heartbeat of the restless masses. Each cry reverberated inside Adrienne, a painful reminder that the legacy of Louis Philippe was not merely a footnote in a history book, it was alive, throbbing with the desperation and hunger of a people who had been promised change but received only paralysis. "I remember," she began, her thoughts spiraling back, not to the banquet but to the whispers that had shadowed their childhood. "I remember when our father took us to the streets to see the first bloom of democracy. He was so proud, so naive. 'Look, children,' he had exclaimed, 'this is the dawn of a new era.' But what dawns in blindness but a firestorm?" The memory flooded her, vivid and jarring, like a lightning strike illuminating the dark corners of her heart. Julien stepped closer, his voice a soothing balm against the storm of her despair. "Then let us be the ones to ignite that flame again. We can't stand idly by while the king feasts, oblivious to the hungry mouths outside." The fervor in his eyes was infectious, but Adrienne felt the weight of their father's lessons anchoring her. "It's not just the king we face, Julien. It's the very fabric of society, the threads are frayed, and pulling one could unravel everything." As the night pressed on, the shadows danced, flickering against the walls like phantoms caught in a haunting waltz. The banquet hall, with its opulent chandeliers and gilded mirrors, felt like a gilded cage, imprisoning them in a future they couldn't escape. Suddenly, the door banged open, and a figure stumbled in, disheveled, breathless, the air around him electric with urgency. "They're coming," he gasped, eyes wide with terror. "The people are storming the palace. They demand justice, they demand," his voice trailed off, the weight of what he carried too heavy to articulate. Adrienne's heart raced, time slowing as the reality of it all crashed down like an avalanche. The laughter, the music, the pretentious airs, all of it shattered in an instant, leaving only the echoes of a society on the brink. "Is this what he wanted?" she whispered, a prayer or perhaps an accusation. "A legacy built on the blood of the innocent." Julien grabbed her arm, his grip firm, grounding her. "It's not about what he wanted anymore. It's about what we're willing to fight for." With the shouts of the people roaring outside, the tension between them erupted, a storm of unresolved conflict. "What are you willing to sacrifice, Julien?" she challenged, feeling a swell of despair. "Your life? Our family? The world doesn't bend to ideals, it breaks them." That moment hung in the air, fragile and raw, as the shadows of their ancestors whispered warnings, echoing through the corridors of time, reminding them of the fateful decisions that lay ahead. The night stretched on, thick with tension, and as the candles flickered, casting ghostly shapes across the room, Adrienne knew that this was not just a moment but a turning point. The past, like an uninvited ghost, loomed over them, a reminder of the choices that had led them to this precipice. And somewhere, deep in the abyss of her heart, she felt the truth. The legacy of Louis Philippe I was not just a matter of history, it was a living, breathing entity, entwined with their fates. As the chaos outside erupted into a full-blown assault, she grasped her brother's hand, feeling the warmth of hope mixed with the icy fingers of dread. And she knew, with every fiber of her being, that whatever happened next would echo through time, carving their names into the annals of history. The clock struck 12, an eerie echo swirling through the fog-shrouded streets of Paris. It felt like the city was holding its breath, waiting for the past to crash into the present. I stood there, heart racing, feeling the pulse of a world on the brink, a world where women were either pillars of strength or fragile, flickering candles ready to be snuffed out. I remember one figure distinctly, her silhouette framed by the dim light of the lamppost. Evangeline, fierce yet vulnerable, her hair a cascade of midnight waves, a ghost of revolution. She clutched a tattered pamphlet, its words a litany of despair, yet they ignited a fierce fire in her chest. "We are more than just whispers in the shadows," she declared, her voice slicing through the silence like a knife. The crowd around her hung on every syllable, their faces a tapestry of hope and skepticism. There was a spark in her eyes, a fierce determination to push against the tide. But the weight of expectation, their expectation, often crushed her spirit. Each glance from the men, each judgmental whisper, was a reminder of her supposed place. In a world ruled by kings and warriors, she was merely a pawn, yet she wore her role like armor. Then there was Clementine, a name that would haunt me long after the echoes of her laughter faded. She was a riot of color amidst the monochrome despair, a wild spirit who danced in the moonlight as if the stars had conspired to give her wings. But beneath that effervescence lay a sorrow so profound it threatened to swallow her whole. "They bathed once a year, Clementine," she'd joke, flinging her head back in a laugh that rang out like a bell, bizarrely cheerful. So yeah, romance was earthy. But the laughter never reached her eyes. As the July monarchy took hold, the streets were alive with revolution, ideas crackling like electricity in the air. Women stepped forward, but not without the weight of 1,000 expectations pressing down upon them. I watched as Evangeline marched to the forefront, her heart pounding like a war drum. "This is our time," she cried, rallying the women around her. "We are not just mothers and wives. We are the architects of our future." But in that moment, I could see the flicker of doubt cross her face. The ghosts of history loomed behind her, whispering tales of failure and forgotten dreams. She was no stranger to heartache. Each protest she attended, each cry for equality, reminded her of her sisters lost to the tides of revolution. The pain of their absence sat heavy in her chest. Clementine, however, danced through the turmoil, a jester in a court of despair. "What is life without a little absurdity?" she teased, spinning around with her arms outstretched, as if inviting the universe to join her. But beneath that playful exterior lay a heart torn between love and duty. She longed to scream, to shake the very foundations of society, yet the fear of losing everything restrained her. Tension crackled as I watched these women navigate the chaos of their world, each step a balancing act on the edge of a blade. They were caught in the throes of a revolution that didn't quite know what to do with them. Men shouted for glory, for blood, while women whispered for change, for recognition. It felt as if the streets themselves were alive, a living, breathing entity that fed off their hopes and fears. Evangeline stood at a crossroads, a storm brewing in her heart. "I remember the night I first felt their eyes on me," she whispered to Clementine, her voice trembling. "The men who scoffed at our dreams, the ones who believed we were too fragile to stand alone." "And yet," Clementine replied, her tone as buoyant as ever, "we are the ones who hold this city together. Without us, they are merely kings without a kingdom." But even as she spoke, a flicker of doubt crossed her brow. The weight of reality pressed down on them both. Could they truly change the world, or were they destined to become mere echoes in someone else's story? The night deepened, shadows creeping in like phantoms. I felt the world around them pulse with tension, the air thick with unspoken words. As they moved through the streets, their footsteps resonated against cobblestones, a rhythm of defiance. I saw other women joining them, faces illuminated by candlelight, hearts pounding in solidarity. "We are not shadows," Evangeline shouted, a fierce light igniting within her. "We are the dawn breaking over this darkened city." And in that moment, I felt it, the collective breath of hope. There were no ground promises, no guarantees. Only the raw, unyielding desire to be seen and heard, to claim their place in a world that often relegated them to the background. And then, as if the universe had taken a breath, a confrontation loomed. A group of men, their faces hardened by the chaos of the night, stepped into their path. The air crackled with tension, a palpable fear threading through the crowd. In their eyes, I saw anger, disdain, and the cold bite of power clinging to their every word. "Go back to your kitchens," one shouted, his voice a roar that echoed through the alleys. The crowd tensed, the heartbeat of the city quickening. Clementine's laughter faltered, replaced by a fragile resolve. "We are not your property," she whispered, her voice barely audible, yet it struck like thunder. Evangeline stepped forward, fire blazing in her eyes. "You underestimate us. You will remember this night." Each word was a drumbeat, a call to arms, drawing strength from the depths of her spirit. And as I stood witness to this moment, the world around me blurred. The echoes of their voices intertwined with the rhythm of their hearts, creating a symphony of resistance that danced through the shadows. They were not just women, they were warriors, architects of their own destiny, and the city itself bore witness to their plight. The confrontation escalated, but I knew there was no turning back. The battle for recognition, for equality, was a storm-gathering force, and the winds were shifting. The weight of their histories, their dreams, and their fears collided in a magnificent cacophony. Yet, even as the shadows lengthened, and the clock struck 1, I felt the undeniable truth: this was only the beginning. The world was vast, the night still young, and within the hearts of these women, a revolution was brewing that would echo through the annals of time. Their stories, their struggles, would ripple far beyond the cobblestones of Paris, carving a path for generations yet to come. And in that moment, amidst the chaos, I felt something profound stir within me, a realization that history is not merely written, it is felt, it is lived, and it is forever intertwined with the souls daring enough to rise. The clock struck midnight, its chime reverberating through the damp Parisian streets like a thunderclap. Shadows licked the cobblestones, and the distant murmur of dissent echoed through the alleyways, an ominous whisper that sent shivers down my spine. I stood there, breath hitching in my throat, heart pounding not just with fear but with an undeniable thrill. The air was heavy with the scent of rain-soaked earth and something darker, a bitter tang of revolution brewing. I could hear them, the Republicans, the fervent souls ready to tear down the very walls of monarchy. They were gathering, hearts ablaze, dreams of freedom dancing in their eyes, while the royalists clung to tradition like drowning men grasping for the last remnants of air. I remember the faces that haunted me, Marie, with her fierce spirit, imbued with an intensity that could ignite 1,000 fires, and Louis, whose loyalty to the crown was as unwavering as the stars that flickered, cold and distant, in the night sky. They were my friends, my confidants, yet we stood on opposite shores of an ideological chasm that could swallow us whole. Marie was aflame, her passion for republicanism sparked by the injustices she witnessed in the streets, children scavenging for scraps, mothers weeping for lost husbands. "The monarchy is a ghost," she'd shout in the taverns, her voice cutting through the haze of cheap wine and despair. "A spectre that drains our blood and our dreams." Each word was a knife, sharp and cutting, as she rallied the disillusioned, her eyes glinting like shards of glass. I watched her, enraptured and terrified, knowing she was hurtling toward a precipice, and there was nothing I could do to pull her back. Yet Louis, steadfast and resolute, believed our salvation lay in the crown. Stability, he'd argue, his voice a low rumble, is the bedrock of civilization. We must hold on to the past to secure our future. His hands would gesture towards the gilded facades of royal palaces, yet I saw the uncertainty flicker in his gaze, as if he too was haunted by the specters of change. Every word he spoke felt like a barrier rising, a fortress built to defend against the storm of revolution, while inside, his heart was a battleground. I saw the war waging in his chest, a tumult of loyalty and fear, love and resentment. The night grew heavier with anticipation as I followed Marie into the depths of the city, the shadows thickening around us like a shroud. She was a comet burning across the dark sky, and I felt drawn to her brilliance, yet I was anchored by the weight of tradition, by the love I bore for Louis, trapped in a world teetering on the edge of chaos. The tension wrapped around us like smoke, thick and suffocating. "Do you hear that?" she hissed suddenly, her eyes wide, alive. My heart leapt as I strained to listen, the rhythmic pounding of footsteps approaching, a pulse of unity, a heartbeat of rebellion. "Keep your head down," I whispered, the urgency clawing at my throat. But the words fell like stones into a chasm, unheeded. Marie surged ahead, caught in the fever of the crowd, and I trailed, a reluctant ghost in her wake. The fervor was intoxicating, a heady mix of hope and despair pulsating through the throng, the same feeling that had coursed through the streets during the revolution, now rising anew like the phoenix of old, promising rebirth, yet cloaked in blood and violence. And there, amidst the chaos, I saw Louis, his figure caught in the flickering lamplight, stone-faced, resolute, a bastion of loyalty. My heart twisted in my chest. This was my conflict, my torment, two souls I adored, pulled taut by the strings of loyalty and vision, each one a mirror reflecting what I feared losing. I felt myself drowning, unable to choose between love for a friend and a vision for a future that held the promise of freedom. "Louis!" I shouted, my voice lost in the swell of voices, the tide of bodies surging forward. He turned, and for a moment, our eyes locked, an eternity crammed into a heartbeat. Regret, fear, love, it all swirled in that fleeting glance. "They're going to march!" I cried, the weight of impending confrontation bearing down on me. But he only shook his head, a silent, desperate refusal. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that the world was tilting, that even the stars seemed to tremble at what lay ahead. Then, the moment shattered. A voice rang out, sharp as a bell, cutting through the night air like a knife, a call to arms. The crowd erupted, a wave of fervor crashing against the shores of complacency. I watched, helpless, as Marie surged forward, her spirit igniting the hearts around her. The Republicans surged ahead, a tempest of voices demanding justice, a cacophony of dreams and disillusionment. Yet behind them, the Royalists gathered too, a surging tide of resistance, furrowed brows and clenched fists, hearts drummed by loyalty, fear etched in every line of their faces. They were the guardians of a past that threatened to slip away, shadows of a monarchy that clung to power with an iron grip, yet their faces bore the same anguish I felt, the fear of losing everything. I stood, paralyzed, as they clashed, ideologies colliding like thunder and lightning. Shouts turned to screams, hearts broke open, spilling out raw emotion onto the cobblestones, painting them with the passions of a divided nation. I was caught in the storm, my heart torn between the two forces, each pulling at me with the ferocity of love and loss. The night felt alive, electric, as if the very cosmos leaned down to witness this reckoning, the stars holding their breath, waiting for the inevitable strike to come. And in that crucible of conflict, I realized, this was not merely a battle of ideologies, it was a war of the soul, a reckoning of what it meant to belong, to love, to fight. Shadows danced around us, flickering ghosts of our past, haunting us with the choices we feared to make. The weight of history pressed down, and I felt time slip through my fingers like sand, each grain a choice, each moment a fragment of who we might become. As the cries of revolution and loyalty collided, I understood that the only way forward was to embrace the chaos, to step into the storm with both fear and passion entwined. Because in this dark, turbulent night, amidst the clashing of steel and the shattering of dreams, lay the very essence of what it meant to be alive. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the cold stone corridors of the Tuileries Palace, a sound so haunting it could pierce through the thick fog of political tension. Each note hung like a ghost, a whisper of dread that clung to the air as if the very walls were holding their breath, waiting for something, anything, to happen. Outside, Paris writhed in the grip of revolution, shadows dancing in the moonlight, a restless beast stirring from its slumber. I remember a time when fear was a fleeting thought, a distant spectre. But now, it clung to Louis Philippe like a second skin, palpable, suffocating. He sat in his grand chamber, eyes darting across the room, heart rattling like a rusty hinge. He was a king, yes, but above all, he was a man, flawed and fallible. His thoughts raced, each one a sharp knife cutting through the tapestry of his carefully woven governance. France was not merely a kingdom, it was a powder keg, and he, the reluctant warden, held the torch. Across the hall, Sophie, his ambitious advisor, paced like a caged panther, every movement primed with urgency. She was the pulse of the court, a woman who believed in the transformative power of ideas, in the dream of a republic wrapped in the guise of monarchy. But dreams, like delicate glass, shattered easily. She had seen the uprising, the crying faces, the blood-soaked cobblestones. Would her vision survive the chaos? "I can't breathe," she murmured to herself, fingers brushing against the cool marble of the mantelpiece, grounding her amidst the storm. What if they rise up against us? What if, the thought twisted in her mind like a knife, and she stifled it, clenching her jaw. France was a tapestry, and she was threading her hopes into its fabric, yet the loom trembled, threatening to unravel everything she held dear. In that moment, a shadow crossed Louis Philippe's face, a fleeting flicker of something raw, a glimpse of the man who had once dreamt of harmony, of balance. He had hoped to forge a middle path, to placate both the royalists and the republicans, to stand as a bridge over tumultuous waters. But the currents were pulling him under. "Do you hear them?" he whispered, voice tinged with desperation. "The people are restless. They want blood." Sophie turned sharply, her heart thudding in her chest. The echoes of distant voices, fury and passion entwined, rose and fell like waves lapping against the shore of their fragile sanctuary. "And what do we offer them, Louis? Bread? A crown? Or freedom? Can we give them what they truly seek?" The irony struck him like lightning. Freedom? The very word tasted bitter on his tongue. He recalled the faces of his own children, innocent, oblivious to the storm swirling outside. Sacrifices loomed large, shadows of decisions yet to be made. "I remember when I thought I could control this," he said, eyes distant. "Politics, Sophie, is a tempest. It devours the naive." "Then let us be clever," she urged, stepping closer, the firelight flickering across her determined face. "We must navigate these waters, not as kings and advisors, but as the beacons of hope. We are their voices." "Voices? Or pawns?" Louis interrupted, a bitterness lacing his words. "I am caught in a web spun by kings before me. Europe trembles. The people look to us, but what do they see? A king who is not a king, a noble who fears the guillotine's kiss." Their eyes locked in a moment heavy with unspoken fears. In that silence, the walls pulsed, a heartbeat thrumming with the pulse of a city on the brink. Paris was alive, vibrant, furious, a living entity poised to strike. Outside, the cobblestones trembled beneath the weight of restless feet. Cries for justice echoed like thunder through the streets, a cacophony that seeped through the cracks of the palace, invading Louis Philippe's sanctuary. He could feel the anger vibrating in the very marrow of his bones, the need for change igniting like wildfire, threatening to consume all in its path. "Don't you see?" Sophie implored, the fire within her growing fiercer. "We must transform this chaos into a movement. We can be the architects of a new France, if only we seize the moment." But doubt clawed at him, relentless and gnawing. I remember when hope was a gentle breeze, not this storm tearing at my soul." The weight of expectation bore down on him, the memories of past leaders, Louis XVI, Marie Antoinette, haunting specters whispering warnings of what lay ahead. He could feel their shadows, a chilling reminder of the price of failure. Yet Sophie stood there, eyes blazing, a spark in the encroaching darkness. What is a king without the people? What is a monarchy if not a flame waiting to be fanned? We can ignite this revolution, Louis. Together, we can craft a France that sings, that dances. Her passion was infectious, but the ghosts lingered, their icy fingers wrapping around his heart. He could see it all, the executioners, the blood, the cries of despair slicing through the fabric of night. "Are we the architects of our own demise?" he asked, almost pleading. The walls were closing in, the weight of history pressing down on him. "What if we ignite a fire that consumes us all?" But Sophie's resolve only grew, her voice a fierce melody against the rising tide of despair. "Or we can become the torchbearers of hope. A chance to redefine our legacy, to reshape Europe's destiny. We cannot shy away." The air crackled with unresolved tension, the storm outside mirroring their own turmoil. Each heartbeat resonated like a drum, a reminder that the moment was slipping away. Their fates, intertwined like vines, hung in the balance. As the clock ticked toward the dawn, the first rays of light crept through the heavy drapes, illuminating the stark reality of their situation. Choices loomed, and the specter of revolution awaited, ravenous and insatiable. In that fleeting moment, they stood on the precipice of history, the shadows of Europe's past casting long, ominous lines across their path. The gamble was immense, and the stakes higher than either could bear. But as they gazed into each other's eyes, an unspoken understanding passed between them. This was not merely about the throne or the crown. It was about their souls, the very essence of what it meant to lead. And as the dawn broke, the city stirred, a beast awakening from its slumber, the cries of the people rising like smoke into the pale morning sky. They were ready, but were they? As the tremors of revolution echoed through the streets, the clock ticked on, relentless and unforgiving, as they faced the uncertain horizon, hearts pounding in tandem with the pulse of a nation on the brink of transformation. The clock strikes midnight, its chime echoing through the cobblestone streets like the heartbeat of a city steeped in dread. In a dimly lit tavern, shadows dance on the walls, flickering like the doubts in Clara's mind. She grips her glass of watered-down ale, knuckles white, eyes darting to the door. Outside, the air is thick, a heavy, oppressive shroud. The sort that clings to your skin, suffocating, whispering secrets of fear and betrayal. "I remember the night they came for us," she murmurs, more to herself than anyone else. Across the table, Thomas, a man with laughter lines that have long since faded, leans in. "We knew they would," he replies, his voice low, almost a growl. The words hang heavy between them, a fragile truce built on shared dread. "But I didn't think it would be like this." His eyes reflect the dim light, revealing a flicker of something wild, something desperate. Clara's heart pounds as she remembers his face, the way it twisted in anguish when they heard the news the anti-socialist law had passed. Just a piece of paper to the politicians, but to them it was a noose tightening around their very existence. It meant the end of gatherings, the end of dreams, the end of whispers in the dark. "They'll come for me," she whispers, barely audible above the laughter of drunken patrons, blissfully unaware. "They'll come for all of us." "Then we fight," Thomas declares, the fire in his eyes igniting a flicker of courage in her. But she knows the stakes, feels the weight of the world pressing down on her shoulders. "What can we do?" she asks, voice trembling. "What can two people against a tide do?" He leans back, exhaling sharply, frustration etched on his features. "We can stir something. A spark. A notion that doesn't die." The words hang in the air, thick and tangible, but Clara can taste the bitterness. "You think they'll listen?" Her voice cracks. "You think they'll let us speak?" Across the room, a group of men in dark coats laugh too loudly. Their faces are shadowy outlines, but she can feel their eyes, heavy with disdain, probing. She feels the prickle of fear crawling through her veins. The threats have been made, the cracks in their sanctuary have widened like jagged scars. She wonders if this is what oppression feels like, the creeping realization that freedom is an illusion, a fleeting dream that shatters at dawn. As the night stretches on, her thoughts spiral, weaving a tapestry of hope and despair. She remembers nights spent debating the future, voices raised in passionate cries for justice. "I remember the dreams we had," she whispers to Thomas, who nods solemnly. But what happens when dreams become a death sentence? He reaches across the table, fingers brushing hers. "Then we make a new dream. One worth dying for." The words linger, heavy with promise and peril. Clara feels the heat of his hand, the shared pulse of rebellion igniting an ember in her chest. She glances outside, scanning the street for shadows, for whispers of doom. "What if we're caught?" "Then we fight," he repeats, fiercer now, a battle cry that pierces the suffocating fog of despair. "But we don't go down without making a noise." Suddenly, the door bursts open, a rush of cold air pouring into the tavern. It steals her breath, filling her with dread as a figure stumbles in, breathless and wild-eyed. "They're here!" The man's voice shudders through the room, igniting a spark of chaos. "They're arresting anyone who speaks out." Panic erupts like a swarm of locusts, people scrambling, chairs scraping against the floor, voices rising in a cacophony of fear. Clara's heart races as she grips Thomas's hand tightly, the warmth anchoring her in the whirlwind of chaos. "We have to go," she urges, desperation clawing at her throat. "No," he says, resolute, eyes blazing like a wildfire. "We can't let them silence us." "Silence," she laughs, a hollow sound that echoes with disbelief. "Thomas, they'll kill us." But the fire in his eyes is infectious, a spark that refuses to die. "Then let's make them remember us." Outside, the streets have turned into a battlefield, a grim theater showcasing the raw brutality of repression. Clara feels her heart pounding in sync with the chaos, each beat echoing the weight of their decision. They plunge into the fray, the shadows swallowing them whole, leaving behind the fleeting warmth of safety. Through the haze of panic and despair, she sees a woman, pale, trembling, clutching her child. Fear etched on her face like a scar. Clara's heart breaks. She remembers the fire that once burned in their eyes, the laughter that once filled these streets. They were more than just shadows. They were living, breathing dreams. "Come with us!" Clara shouts, tugging on the woman's arm. "We can't leave you." But the woman shakes her head, eyes wide with terror, lips trembling. "I can't," she whispers, and in that moment, Clara sees the weight of despair settling on her shoulders, a shroud of hopelessness that binds her to the ground. "No!" Clara's voice rises, raw and ragged, echoing through the night. "We will not let them take you." But the shadows loom, and the echoes of the past ring in her ears. The dreams, they are slipping away, like grains of sand through her fingers. In that instant, she understands, this is more than a battle, it's a reckoning. Thomas watches, resolute, as the cries of the children pierce the night. "You have to go," he urges Clara, his voice low, laced with urgency. "If they catch us, no," she cries, defiance coursing through her veins. "I won't abandon anyone." As the distant sounds of boots march closer, Clara feels the world around her constrict, a noose tightening with every heartbeat. She glances at Thomas, knowing they are standing at the precipice of history, where dreams collide with nightmares. Time shatters into fragments, memories blurring, and for the briefest moment, she can't tell where the fight ends and fear begins. All she knows is that the shadows are closing in, and they must ignite the fire of resistance before it's too late. "Together," she says, voice trembling but fierce. "We face them together." In the chaos, she feels the weight of her decision, a burden and a blessing. The night stretches endlessly, each heartbeat echoing the promise of defiance, the call to arms resonating in the air. And as they plunge into the encroaching darkness, Clara knows this is not the end. This is where their story begins. The echoes of distant gunfire reverberated through the cobblestone streets of Paris, each crack a heartbeat in the tumultuous chest of the city. I stood there, beneath the shadow of the towering Notre Dame, where the air felt thick with the weight of 1,000 whispered prayers and unshed tears. The river Seine ran cold and dark beside me, as if it were a mirror reflecting the turmoil that engulfed us all. Madeleine, her face streaked with soot and despair, clutched a crumpled paper in her trembling hands. "They're coming," she breathed, her voice a mere wisp against the cacophony of chaos. I watched as her eyes darted, frantic, searching for something, someone, in the swirling mass of bodies that surged towards the Place de la République. A riot of fervor and fear, the city had turned into a beast that roared for justice, yet devoured its own children. Beside her stood Luc, a man whose charm was eclipsed only by his stubborn idealism. "This is our moment," he proclaimed, clenching a fist, his voice rising above the din like a lighthouse amid a storm. But I could see the cracks in his confidence, the way his knees trembled slightly beneath that polished exterior. His piercing blue eyes flickered with doubt, as if he could feel the weight of history pressing down upon him, the ghosts of those who had fought and bled for this very moment swirling around him like an invisible fog. I remember the first time I felt that weight, the day I lost my father to a political reckoning, a casualty in a world that deemed him expendable. They say the city remembers, that the walls hold onto the screams of the past. I can still hear them, the cries of the lost echoing in the chambers of my heart. Paris, with its grandeur and grit, has a pulse, a rhythm that thrums beneath the surface, and I felt it now, a frantic beat urging us to act, to scream back at the night. "Madeleine, we can't just stand here," I urged, my voice barely rising above the swell of discontent. The sun dipped low in the sky, shadows stretching long and ominous as if the very fabric of our reality was tearing apart. "We need to find the others. We need to make a stand." She shook her head, a wild mane of curls framing her face. "What if they're too late?" Desperation painted her features with shades of anxiety and rage, a mosaic of a woman on the edge. "What if we're all too late?" The tension in her voice sliced through the air, chilling me to the bone. I felt the weight of a million expectations pressing down on us, those who had come before us, those who had believed in the power of change. How many dreams had been shattered on these streets? How many lives had been lost to the whims of the powerful? I could feel the universe bending around us, the very cosmos holding its breath, as if waiting for our decision, for our courage to spark a fire in the cold, dark night. Luke stepped forward, his hands outstretched, fingers curling into fists. "Madeline, we can't run. We can't hide. This is our city. This is our fight." His voice cracked, and in that moment, I saw him, a man torn between hope and despair, caught in the crossfire of his own ideals. The street erupted into chaos as a wave of demonstrators surged, their voices merging into a single cry, a beacon of defiance. I wanted to lose myself in that sound, to drown out the memories of despair, but the reality loomed too large. I remember the countless times I had raised my voice, only to watch it fall silent under the weight of apathy. Madeline gripped my arm, her nails digging in as she pulled me closer. "Do you hear them?" Her eyes were wide, a mixture of fear and longing. "The cries of our people. The cries of our ancestors." The desperation in her voice sent shivers racing down my spine. I could feel the pulse of the city, a heartbeat that echoed in the rhythm of our breaths. Silence, for a moment, wrapped around us, heavy and suffocating. Then, the riot resumed, a surge of bodies moving as one, a tide of humanity rising against the tide of oppression. I turned to Luke, a question hanging unspoken in the air. What if we failed? What if we were consumed by the very beast we sought to tame? But the flicker of determination in his eyes caught me off guard, as if he had glimpsed something I could not yet see, a vision of a Paris reborn, a city where dreams could flourish amidst the ashes of despair. Madeline's voice broke through again, drowning my fears. "We can't let them take our voices. We can't let them bury us in silence." Her words ignited something in me, a spark of rebellion that flared bright against the encroaching darkness. We moved as one, threading through the throngs of people, our hearts pounding in synchrony, each beat a reminder of our shared humanity. Paris, the city of lights, had morphed into a storm, a tempest fueled by passion and fury. The shadows loomed, threatening to swallow us whole, yet still, we pressed forward, fear and hope collided in our chests. As we reached the epicenter of the protest, I could feel the raw energy of the crowd, a pulsating mass of skin and bone, a living entity hungry for change. And somewhere, beneath that cacophony, I felt the whispers of those who had come before us, the ghosts of revolutionaries long gone, their spirits woven into the very fabric of this city. They called to us, urging us to rise, to push back against the tide of despair. But the storm was brewing, and I could sense the tension thickening in the air. The police, clad in black armor, were approaching, their presence a dark cloud hanging over us. They moved like shadows, faceless and cold, a reminder of the thin line that separates authority from tyranny. "Do not be afraid," Luke shouted, his voice rising above the roar of the crowd. But I could see the fear in his eyes. The conflict within him mirrored the chaos that engulfed us, the struggle between the desire for change and the haunting specter of violence. Madeline's grip tightened around my hand, her heartbeat sinking with the mounting dread. "They won't listen," she whispered, terror painting her words with sharp edges. "They never listen." And in that moment, we stood on the precipice of something wild, a confrontation that could rip through the very fabric of our lives. I felt the air vibrate with the promise of change, yet beneath that promise lay the specter of despair. The stakes had never been higher. In the heart of Paris, our city, our home, we were mired in an emotional tempest, and I could only cling to the hope that perhaps, through the chaos, we might still find a way to rise, a flicker of light in the darkness that threatened to consume us all. The church bell tolls, heavy, relentless, echoing through the cobblestone streets like the heartbeat of a dying giant. I stand in the square, surrounded by shadows that twist and shimmer under the gaslight, and I can feel the pulse of fear weaving through the crowd. Pockets of fervor and dread collide, creating a tension that crackles like static in the air. This is no ordinary Sunday, it is a crucible of faith and fury, a churning sea of souls caught between devotion and dissent. I remember Clara's eyes, wide, shimmering with tears of defiance. Her fingers trembled as they clutched the tattered rosary, beads worn smooth by years of whispered prayers. "They say the church is our refuge," she had whispered to me, her voice a fragile thread threatening to snap. "But what if it's a cage?" The fierceness in her tone sent shivers racing along my spine. Clara, my sister in every sense but blood, wrestled with her faith like a lion with its own shadow. A single flicker of doubt, a mere whisper of rebellion, and she was ready to topple the very walls of sanctuary. Across the square, Father Dominic stood resolute, his silhouette sharp against the fading light. Cloaked in the heavy fabric of tradition, he was the embodiment of the church, sturdy yet suffocating. I saw the conflict warring within him, an unbridgeable chasm between the love for his congregation and the oppressive weight of dogma. I could feel his heart beating steadily beneath the layers, a drummer in a battle of the soul. "We are the light," he had declared during a sermon, his voice powerful and resonant, yet even he could not silence the murmurs of dissent that swirled like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. In this moment, the air thickened with anticipation. Clara's defiance was a spark, igniting the latent fears of those around us. People shifted uneasily, casting sidelong glances like furtive whispers in the night. The tension was an invisible monster, stalking through the crowd, threatening to consume us whole. I could see it in their eyes, the clash between faith and freedom, hope and despair. They were pawns in a game they did not fully understand, and the church, that faded relic of sanctity, loomed above them like a spectre, both protective and predatory. "Will you stand with me?" Clara's voice cut through the thickening gloom, and I felt the pull of conviction tugging at my heart. Her words were a clarion call, echoing the silent screams of those who had been silenced. I looked at her, at the fire in her gaze, and felt my own fears quaking before her bravery. "What are we if not the architects of our own faith?" she implored, and I remembered the dreams that had haunted my sleep for weeks, shadows of doubt creeping into the corners of my mind. Father Dominic raised his hand, a gesture of authority, but it faltered against the tide of Clara's conviction. "The church is our foundation," he proclaimed, but the words fell flat, hollow as the echoes of the bell. I could see the cracks forming in his fortress, the vulnerability bleeding through, and in that moment, I realized he was as trapped as we were, ensnared by the very institution he had devoted his life to. A voice from the edge of the square pierced through the din, a woman, trembling and fierce. "You preach of love, but what is love if it chains us to fear?" Her defiance ignited a chorus of murmurs, rippling through the crowd like wildfire. I felt my heart race, caught in the maelstrom of awakening. Faces turned toward the woman, eyes wide with recognition, and the reality of our shared struggle began to crystallize in the air. I remembered the stories, tales of those who had once challenged the establishment, voices lost to history, silenced by the weight of conformity. They had dreamed of a world where faith was not a weapon, but a bridge. Clara's hands tightened around her rosary, her knuckles white with resolve. "We are not alone," she said, her voice a lighthouse in the storm. "They can't extinguish our light." And then it happened, the moment crystallized, the world around us fell silent, as if the very universe held its breath. Father Dominic, his face a mask of sorrow and strength, stepped forward. "I have devoted my life to this church, to its teachings, but I cannot ignore the cries of the faithful. I cannot forsake my flock." His eyes glistened like polished stone, and for a moment, it felt as if the entire congregation stood on the brink of revelation, poised between the familiar and the unknown. Tension hung heavy in the air, like the charged silence before a thunderstorm. Clara took a step closer, her heart pounding in sync with the rising swell of voices. "Then let us find a way, Father," she urged, her voice trembling with the weight of possibility. "Let us rewrite the narrative. Let us be the change we seek." The words hung between us, a fragile thread binding desperation to hope. But hope is a precarious beast. I could feel its pulse, strong and steady, yet just beneath it lay the specter of fear, clawing at our resolve, whispering that change would come at a terrible price. The clock tower chimed, each toll echoing like a heartbeat racing toward an uncertain future. I could sense the ghosts of our past hovering around us, pulling at our sleeves, urging us to remember the pain that had forged our faith, the love that had lit our path through the darkness. As the final bell tolled, a new kind of silence descended, heavy with anticipation. Clara's breath hitched, and I could see the flicker of uncertainty cross her face, but beneath it lay an unyielding fire. Father Dominic's brow furrowed, the weight of centuries pressing down upon him. "If we open our doors, we may also invite the storm," he warned, and I felt the chill of truth in his words. But Clara stepped closer, her courage igniting the space between us. "Let the storm come," she said, her voice a fierce whisper, "for we are ready to weather it." And in that moment, the tension spiraled forward, wrapping around us like the night sky, infinite and terrifying. The confrontation loomed on the horizon, a wave of change that would either drown us or set us free. The stakes were set, the players in motion, and we stood on the precipice of something vast and unknowable. The crowd shifted, a living entity of hope and fear, and the air crackled with an electric pulse, a heartbeat echoing through the ages. Together, we were on the brink of a reckoning, our hearts aligned against the backdrop of history, a tumultuous narrative unfolding, a battle between the light and the shadows, a journey not yet begun, but already burning in the depths of our souls. The sirens blared through the suffocating haze of smoke, a desperate wail slicing through the chaos of crumbling concrete and shattered glass. I stood there, my heart racing, pulse pounding like a drum in the silence that followed. The remnants of a neighborhood, once vibrant, now lay in ruins, a haunting reminder of what had been lost, of dreams buried beneath the rubble. I remember the laughter, the children playing tag in the streets, their innocent voices mingling with the distant hum of life. But now, all that remained was the echo of despair. Maya pushed past me, her eyes wide with terror, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She was a force of nature, a woman whose spirit radiated strength yet bore the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. "We cannot let this happen again," she shouted over the din, her voice cracking under the strain. "They can't just tear us apart like this." The urgency in her tone clawed at my chest, an ache I couldn't shake. I remembered the plans, the blueprint sprawled out on the table, dreams sketched in ink and passion. How naive we had been. "Do you think they care?" I replied, bitterness lacing my words. "We're just collateral damage to them." I could feel the heat rising in my cheeks, anger mingling with helplessness. I was Daniel, a man tethered to the past, haunted by visions of what was and what could have been. I had once envisioned my city as a thriving tapestry woven from countless lives, and now it was unraveling, thread by fragile thread. We moved deeper into the wreckage, a landscape painted in shades of grey. Shadows danced ominously, flickering like ghosts of the lives that had once filled these streets. I recalled the elderly woman who had lived across the street, her garden overflowing with marigolds that kissed the sun each morning. Where was she now? Did anyone care? The city planners, with their cold, calculating minds, had erased more than just buildings, they had erased memories. The idea gnawed at me, a relentless tide washing over the shore of my sanity. Then there was Tom, my best friend, my brother in this fight. He appeared beside us, his worn-out boots caked in dirt, eyes glimmering with a mix of rage and determination. "This isn't just about us anymore," he said, gripping my shoulder like a lifeline. "It's about the future. We have to be their voice." His words ignited a fire within me, but that fire was tempered by doubt. Would our voices matter in a world that spun on the axis of indifference? The sirens faded into the distance, but the weight of our reality pressed down heavier than ever. I glanced at Maya, whose gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that whispered secrets of despair. "What if we fail?" I asked, the vulnerability spilling out of me like a broken dam. "Then we fight again," she replied, fierce and unyielding. "We keep fighting until they understand." Her eye sparkled with an intensity that sent chills racing down my spine. I wanted to believe her, to embrace the hope she offered. But the gnawing fear clawed at my insides, wrapping around my heart like a vice. And then, we heard it, a low rumble, like thunder rolling in from the abyss. It was the sound of machinery, of destruction. Down the street, bulldozers loomed like behemoths, their metal jaws poised to devour the remnants of our lives. "No!" I screamed, panic surging through me, as if my voice could somehow halt the inevitable. Maya surged ahead, and I followed, my legs heavy with dread. We reached the scene just as the first blade of the bulldozer touched the earth. A collective gasp rose from the crowd that had gathered, a sea of faces reflecting the same fear that consumed us. I felt the warmth of Tom's hand on my back, an anchor amidst the storm. "Together," he whispered, and I nodded, feeling the resolve harden within me. In that moment, I remembered the stories of our ancestors, of struggles fought and won against insurmountable odds. Each soul that had walked these streets before us lived within our hearts, fueling our defiance. "We won't let them do this," I shouted, my voice breaking against the rising tide of machines. "This is our home." The words ignited something primal within the crowd, a wave of energy that surged forward, uniting us in a single heartbeat. We advanced as one, fists raised, voices shouting against the encroaching darkness. The bulldozer stopped, its engine humming a dissonant tune. The operator blinked, momentarily stunned by the unyielding spirit of those who refused to be silenced. But the moment was fleeting, and I felt the chilling grasp of reality closing in. The protests echoed in the air, a cacophony of hope and fear intertwined. Yet, in that shared turmoil, I saw Maya, her spirit unbroken, her eyes alight with determination. And I felt Tom's grip tighten, anchoring me to this moment, a moment that shimmered with the possibility of change. But change comes at a cost, and I could feel the shadows lurking, waiting for our resolve to wane. We were pawns on a chessboard, each move dictated by faceless powers far above us. The fight was as much against ourselves as it was against the machines, against the whispering doubts, the fears of insignificance that clawed at the edges of our consciousness. And yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of blood and fire, I realized that we were more than the sum of our fears. We were the heartbeat of this city, the pulse that refused to fade into oblivion. Together, in this moment, we were not just fighting for a piece of land, we were fighting for the memory of laughter, the whispers of dreams, the hope that shimmered like starlight in the deepening night. But as the shadows deepened and the air thickened with tension, I knew that the battle was far from over. The confrontation was only beginning. And as the darkness crept closer, I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, there was a flicker of hope just waiting to ignite. We were bound to this moment, to our flawed humanity, and to the echoes that would linger long after the machines fell silent. The streets of Paris are alive, pulsing with a fever that clutches at the heart. The air is thick with the scent of smoke, mingling with the sweet hint of fear. I remember the shouts, the guttural roars of men, the whispers of women, and the laughter of children playing shadows in the flickering light of burning barricades. It was a night like no other, where the stars seemed to shudder in their places, fearful of the chaos below. Amidst the chaos stands Camille, her breath hitching as she grips the tattered banner, frayed at the edges but alive with vibrant colors. It flaps wildly in the wind, a rebel's promise against the cold, indifferent sky. She is only 21, yet her heart beats like a war drum. The weight of the world rests on her slender shoulders, the dreams of the people echoing in her mind. I remember her fierce determination, mixed with the shadow of doubt that lingers just beneath the surface. Will this be enough, she wonders, glancing at the men beside her, men who do not even know her name, yet share her burden. And then there's Jean, his face a mask of conflict, a soldier torn between duty and desire. He stands on the edge, watching, waiting, as if the outcome of this night could alter the very fabric of his existence. His heart pulls him toward the crowd, but his uniform binds him in chains of loyalty to a crumbling monarchy. He remembers the sound of cannons, the taste of gunpowder singed into his lungs, and the faces of comrades lost, so many faces. Do you fight for freedom or for a crown? The question haunts him, a specter that gnaws at his insides. He clenches his fists, nails biting into his palms, a physical reminder of the war raging within. And finally, there's Emile, a poet, his heart laid bare on parchment, scribbles of love and revolution bleeding into each other. He stands apart, observing the world through the fading lens of ink and paper. Words have power, he whispers to no one, yet the crowd doesn't listen. They are too busy with the fire, the fury, the fight. Emile has always found solace in the beauty of phrases, but tonight, he yearns for something more visceral, something that will make his heart pound like the drums of war. Will I pen the words of history or will I be lost in the footnotes? He asks the moon, who stares back, silent and immovable. The echoes of gunfire split the air, sharp and jagged, slicing through the night like a knife through flesh. Camille's heart races as she feels the tremors of the ground beneath her feet. This is it, she thinks. This is the moment we rise. She steps forward, her voice rising above the cacophony, a clarion call that reverberates through the very marrow of the city. For the people. For Paris. But Jean hears her too, and it sends a shiver down his spine. Who am I to answer that call, he wonders. The weight of his uniform feels heavier now, suffocating, like a noose tightening around his throat. He steps back, caught in a nightmare of obligation and longing. He wants to be with her, to fight alongside her, but the chains of his past hold him hostage. Emile watches the scene unfold, the chaos igniting a fire within him. These are the moments I live for, he thinks, yet his hands tremble as he fights the urge to write. The ink-stained fingers ache to capture the fury, the passion, but words feel inadequate against the roar of the crowd and the harsh clang of metal. What good is a poet in a revolution, he laments, fear squeezing his chest. A sudden explosion shatters the night, igniting the shadows, and Camille falls to her knees, her breath hitching, heart pounding. She looks up, eyes wide with a mix of terror and determination. This can't be the end. She pushes herself back to her feet, rallying the voices around her, drawing strength from their unity. We will not be silenced. We are the heart of this revolution. Jean feels the pull of her spirit, a magnetic force drawing him closer, yet fear tugs at his heels. What if I fail? What if I choose wrong? The thoughts swirl, dark tendrils of doubt wrapping around him like fog. He wants to run, to escape this suffocating night, but his feet feel rooted, anchored by the cries of the people. Emile moves closer, caught in the tide of emotion swirling all around. The words spill from him, but they are not ink on paper, they are the cries of the soul. This is the poetry of life, he shouts into the fray, feeling the pulse of history in each heartbeat. This is where we become more than mere words. The clash of ideals hang heavy in the air, a storm brewing beneath the surface, electric with anticipation. Camille, Jean, Emile, three souls intertwined in this web of revolution, each one a thread in the tapestry of fate. Their eyes meet, a silent acknowledgement passing between them, the weight of their choices, the specters of yesterday trailing behind, yet the promise of tomorrow glittering faintly on the horizon. And just as quickly as the tension builds, it shatters into 1,000 shards as the crowd surges, a wave of humanity crashing against the forces that bind them. The night is alive with the roar of voices, the taste of blood and sweat mingling in the air, the fierce hope igniting every heart that dares to dream of change. Time stretches, a cosmic dance of destiny and despair, where each moment feels both fleeting and eternal. Camille stands tall, Jean finds his feet, and Emile raises his voice. The revolution is now, alive and breathing, echoing into the night. The world spins on the axis of their choices, and as the dawn begins to whisper promises of a new day, the heart of France beats louder than ever before, leaving behind only the echoes of their resolve, pulsating into the unknown. The clock struck 12, the chime echoing through the air like a haunting premonition. Louis Philippe stood on the balcony of his gilded palace, a golden crown perched precariously on his head, a puppet amidst a storm of discontent. Beneath him, Paris roared, a river of anger and disillusionment teeming with the restless souls of the revolution. I remember the way the moonlight danced on the cobblestones, illuminating the desperate faces, the wild eyes of the ordinary people who had once believed in him. Flashes of hope, now mere shadows, flickered in the depths of their hearts. In that moment, I could feel the weight of despair hanging thick in the air, suffocating. Marie, a seamstress with hands worn from toil, shouted through the throng, her voice raw and fierce, "You promised us bread. You promised us hope." Her words cut through me, sharp and unyielding. She was a beacon of the struggle, her spirit aflame with passion and anger. I could see her, standing tall despite the oppressive weight of her reality, heart pounding against the cage of her ribs. Oh, how she believed once, how she dreamed of a better life, of dignity and respect. But the dreams had turned to ash, and the embers of betrayal smoldered in her chest. Across the square, Gabriel, a former soldier, watched with hollow eyes. The glint of his medals dulled by the grime of the streets, they hung about him like ghosts, reminders of battles fought and promises broken. "You think I fought for this?" he muttered, bitterness lacing every syllable. Memories of valor twisted into regret. He had laid his life on the line for a king who seemed to dance in the opulence of his court while the people starved. The echoes of cannon fire haunted him, the screams of comrades lost swirling like phantoms in the shadows. Each breath he took felt heavier, weighed down by the disillusionment that grew like a festering wound. Time ticked on, the clock's relentless march a cruel reminder of the fleeting nature of power. Louis Philippe felt it deep in his bones. Each heartbeat resonated with the cries of those he had failed, the chorus of despair rising like a tidal wave threatening to engulf him. He had once been the citizen king, a man of the people, but now he was just a spectre, his promises whispering through the winds of change, lost and forgotten. "Do you see them?" he whispered to his advisors, his voice trembling. "Do you see their hunger? Their rage?" The opulence of his surroundings felt like a shroud, suffocating him, each gold thread a reminder of the distance he had placed between himself and the people, a chasm of ignorance widening with every misstep. They had advised him to be cautious, to placate the masses with frivolous distractions, a festival here, a parade there, but did they not see? The people were not children in need of entertainment, they were warriors, charged with the fire of revolution. Outside, the shouts grew louder, a cacophony of voices rising in unison. "The king must go," they roared, a battle cry reverberating through the streets. Marie's heart pounded to the rhythm of the uprising, fueled by the fire of her convictions. She clutched her apron, the fabric stained with the sweat of her labor, and felt the pulse of the city beneath her feet. Paris was alive, a beast awakening from a long slumber, and she was its heartbeat. "Will you stand for us?" she cried, her voice slicing through the chaos, searching for allies in the throng. "Will you fight for your future?" Hope glimmered in her eyes, a spark amidst the darkness, but it flickered like a candle in the wind. Gabriel, his heart heavy with memories of lost dreams, felt the weight of her plea. He was a soldier, yes, but what could he fight for now, when the very fabric of his loyalty had unraveled? He watched her, a tempest of emotion swirling within him. The revolution was a double-edged sword, and he wondered where he would fall when the dust settled. As the unrest grew, so did the shadows closing in on Louis Philippe. He paced the marble floor, the echoes of his footsteps mocking him. How had he let it come to this? He thought of the banquets, the laughter, those moments now felt like an elegy for a life that might have been. The people he had once charmed with promises now bore the weight of despair and betrayal. Each face in the crowd was a mirror reflecting his failures, each shout a reminder of his distance from the very essence of what he had aspired to be. The tension in the air crackled, electric and charged, like a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. The king's mind raced, haunted by echoes of his miscalculations. He had thought he could balance the scales of power with a deft hand, yet here he stood, a marionette tangled in strings of his own making, a puppet with no one to pull the cords. "What have I done?" he whispered to the night, but the shadows only mocked him, swirling in a dance of chaos. Outside, the crowd surged forward, a living, breathing entity intent on justice. Marie and Gabriel stood together now, united by the weight of their dreams and their fears. "We must act," Marie urged, her voice fierce and unyielding. "We must reclaim our future." Gabriel felt the fire ignite within him, a flicker of defiance sparking against the backdrop of his despair. Together, they moved with purpose, threading through the throng, the pulse of revolution coursing through their veins. Louis Philippe felt it, the tremors of change vibrating through the very foundations of his palace. He stepped closer to the balcony, the weight of 1,000 eyes upon him, each gaze a dagger piercing through the veil of his illusion. Desperation clawed at his chest, and he realized this was not just a rebellion, it was a reckoning. The moment hung heavy, suspended in time, as the cries of the people merged into a singular voice echoing through history. This was it. The beginning of the end, or the end of the beginning, everything blurred into insignificance against the backdrop of that decisive moment. The shadows loomed larger, the city a tempest ready to break, and in that heartbeat, as time hung precariously in the balance, the stage was set for an inevitable confrontation, a clash that would define the very essence of a nation's soul. The grit of cobblestones beneath my feet rattled my bones as I raced through the shadowed alleyways of Paris, a city alive with whispers, whispers of dreams shattered, of hopes ignited, of blood spilled in the name of liberty. The air tasted of smoke and despair, the cries of the people swirling around me like a storm. I could hear them, the echoes of the July monarchy, haunting our present. It was the summer of 1830, and revolution was a wild beast, prowling, waiting to devour the complacency of the monarchy. "Emily," a voice called out, sharp and trembling. I turned, heart pounding, to see my brother, Julian, his face pale, eyes wide with fear, a mirror of my own. He was always the cautious one, the anchor as the tides of chaos threatened to swallow us alive. But today, that fear was a flicker of something deeper. "There are riots in the streets," he gasped, breathless, clutching the fraying hem of his shirt as if it could shield him from the tumult. "They won't stop until blood flows like the Seine." I remembered what it felt like to be alive in this moment, caught between the glimmer of hope and the abyss of despair. "We have to fight, Julian. For all those who came before us, those who bled for this chance." My words landed like stones in the still air, heavy with the weight of history. But his face twisted, caught between loyalty to our lineage and the gnawing fear of what rebellion truly meant. This wasn't just a skirmish, it was a reckoning, a dance with the specters of our choices. "Revolution is a sharp blade," he whispered, eyes darting to the shadows, as if the ghosts of the past might spring forth, clawing at his resolve. "It cuts both ways." I felt the sting of those words, a warning wrapped in love, but I had already tasted the sweetness of rebellion. The banners waved with fierce defiance, the voices of the people rolled like thunder against the walls of the Palais Royal. The crown quaked, and so did we, caught in the tempest of our own desires. Then came the sound, the heart-stopping crack of gunfire. A shot rang out, echoing through my chest, and time fractured. I glimpsed the gathering crowd, their faces a kaleidoscope of fury and hope, and in that moment, I saw Marie, my best friend who had slipped into the fight as easily as she slipped into a silk gown for the soirees. Her laughter had echoed against the marble halls of the old regime, and now it was a battle cry. "Emily," she cried, her voice sharp as a blade. "Join us. We are the fire. We are the future." The passion radiated from her like a beacon, and I felt the pulse of the crowd surging beneath my feet, drowning out my doubts. I remembered the stories our mother told, of the days when liberty was a dream and the guillotine was a reality. How could I turn my back now, with the memories of the fallen whispering in my ears? But Julian's voice tugged at my heart. "If we step into this, if we choose this path, we might never return. What if we become the very monsters we seek to dismantle?" I wanted to scream, to tear at the fabric of fate itself. Injustice was a gaping wound, how could we ignore it? Yet, I saw his fear, raw and real, a reflection of my own. The weight of the past and the uncertainty of the future collided violently within me. "Emily," he whispered, a plea wrapped in desperation, "don't let your spirit be consumed." And then, for a heartbeat, I stood frozen, the world around me blurring into a whirl of color and sound. The chaos beckoned, but so too did the fear of losing everything. I could see Marie, fire in her veins, a warrior goddess amidst the ashes of the old order. "We are the legacy," she shouted, her voice rising above the din, pulling at the very core of me. I took a step forward, my heart racing. Julian's grip tightened, but I shook it off. I remembered the faces of the fallen, the dreams of a nation on the brink of rebirth. This was no mere battle, it was the very essence of existence itself, a fight for the soul of France. "Together, then!" I shouted, my own voice breaking through the clamor with a fierce clarity. "Together, we will either rise or fall, but at least we'll be free." The air crackled with an electric urgency as the crowd surged, a beast awakening, and we became part of its pulse. Julian hesitated, fear gripping him like a vice, but then he drew a deep breath, the weight of his indecision lifting. He stepped forward, that fragile bond between us rekindled amidst the fury of the moment. "Together," he echoed, the resolve hardening in his voice. And there we stood, two souls intertwined in the fabric of revolution, propelled into the fray. The cries of the people became a symphony of anguish and hope, each note a reminder of what was at stake, what we could lose, what we could gain. But as I charged toward the fray, the shadows of consequence loomed large, whispering promises of both glory and ruin. I thought of love, of loss, of the very essence of being human, flawed, broken, yet undeniable in our quest for something greater. The past clutched at my sleeve, a haunting reminder of the ghosts that had come before us. The ghosts of the July monarchy had only begun their haunting. The clash of ideals, the raw edges of our desire for change, all simmered beneath the surface. I could feel it, the pulse of history beneath my feet, the weight of dreams and nightmares entwined like lovers in the dark. And so we stepped into the storm, ready or not, drawn by a force greater than ourselves. The night stretched before us, filled with the scent of gunpowder and the promise of revolution. All around us, the world was fraying, and yet, somehow, we were stitching it back together, one heartbeat, one cry, one moment at a time. The legacy of the July monarchy awaited us, cloaked in shadows and steeped in both despair and hope, the future unfurling like a tattered banner above our heads. A lone figure stands at the window, the chill of the evening air biting against his skin, a ghost caught between the past and the present. Louis Philippe, the king of the French, stares out into the sprawling chaos of Paris, the city he sought to tame with order and respectability. Beneath the cobbled streets, whispers of revolution swirl like a thick fog, and he feels its weight pressing against his chest. He remembers the laughter of the crowd, their faces illuminated by the torches of hope, and the sinister shadows creeping at the edges, waiting to snatch it all away. The clock ticks ominously, each second echoing like a gunshot in his ears. I remember those days, the opulence of the Palais Royal, where days melted into nights filled with laughter and the clinking of glasses, yet I feel the pulse of something darker beneath it all. It was there that I met Emile, a painter with fire in his eyes, whose brush could capture the flicker of despair that lurked in the corners of happiness. Art will save us, he would insist, his voice trembling with conviction, yet I could see the doubt dancing in the depths of his gaze. His canvases were alive with chaos, each stroke a scream against the stillness, a vibrant color splashed against the grayness of our uncertain fate. I remember Emile's laughter, a sound like shattered glass, sharp and fleeting. "Do you think they'll remember us?" he asked one evening, the candles casting long shadows that twisted like memories desperate to escape. "Will they paint us in gold or in ashes?" I wanted to tell him that history is a fickle mistress, that it plays favorites and discards the rest like old clothes, but the words choked in my throat. Instead, I reached out, our fingers brushing against one another, a fleeting connection in a world rife with division. But then there was Marguerite, with an elegance that belied the storm brewing in her heart. She moved through life like a wisp of smoke, beautiful yet intangible, carrying the weight of her father's legacy like a shroud. Each ball, each soirée was a battlefield for her spirit, torn between loyalty to her father's vision of a modern France and the tumultuous reality of the people clamoring for change. "Do you feel them, Louis?" she would whisper, her voice trembling, as if the shadows of the crowd could reach out and touch her. "Do you see the rage in their eyes?" I wanted to shield her from that anger, to promise her safety, but I was trapped in my own uncertainties, the very throne I sat upon feeling like a noose tightening around my neck. Time unraveled, a tapestry frayed at the edges. I remember standing in the gallery, surrounded by portraits of kings and queens, their faces frozen in time, their stories gilded in gold. But what of us? What would become of our stories? I could feel history's weight pressing down on my shoulders. Emile's latest painting loomed large in my mind, a riot of colors on the canvas, capturing the fervor of the streets, a cry for justice birthed from the ashes of despair. Would we be painted into oblivion or immortalized in the strokes of genius? In the stillness of night, I saw them, ghosts of the past drifting through my dreams, revolutionaries with fire in their eyes, their voices a haunting chorus. "You cannot control the tide, Louis," they seemed to sing. "You cannot hold back the waves of change." The visions pulsated with urgency, a reminder that I was not merely a king but a man, flawed, fragile, teetering on the brink of an abyss. Each face was a reminder of what I had failed to protect, the unyielding march of history that would not rest until it had devoured the complacent. I remember the sound of the crowd, a cacophony of voices that spoke of hope and despair in the same breath. The night of the February Revolution arrived like a thunderstorm, fierce and unrelenting. I stood before the mirror, adjusting my collar, a futile attempt to gather the remnants of dignity before confronting the chaos outside.
What have I done?
I whispered to my reflection, desperate for answers, desperate for strength. Would my legacy be one of progress or folly? I felt like a puppet, strings fraying, the stage collapsing beneath me. As I emerged into the fray, Marguerite was there, her eyes wide with fear yet burning with defiance. "We must stand together, Louis," she urged, her voice barely rising above the tumult. "We cannot let them erase us." I wanted to tell her that my throne felt like a prison, that the weight of expectation suffocated me, but instead, I grasped her hand, our fingers entwined, a fragile lifeline amidst the storm. Emile stood nearby, sketchbook clutched tightly to his chest, his eyes reflecting the chaos, the beauty, and the horror of the moment. "We will create a new reality, my friends," he shouted, his voice cracking under the pressure of dreams. And I clung to those words, wishing desperately they could hold the power to save us. Yet beneath the layers of paint and protest, I sensed the tremors of change, shadows creeping in, devouring the light. The cries of the people morphed into roars, a tidal wave of passion that surged through the streets, threatening to sweep away everything in its path. I could feel the ground quake beneath my feet as if the very earth was revolting against the weight of history. In that moment, I grasped the truth, raw and undeniable: we are but fleeting moments, echoes on the walls of time. And as the dawn broke, illuminating the chaos, I understood every stroke of Emile's brush, every word etched into Marguerite's heart, and every heartbeat in the throbbing crowd painted a vivid portrait of humanity's struggle. We would be remembered, not as kings and queens, but as souls intertwined in the tapestry of existence, forever chasing shadows, forever fighting for light. And in that struggle, amidst the chaos and the trembling resolve, our essence would remain, a haunting melody in the annals of history, echoing the complexity of our hearts. The world outside buzzed with energy, a storm waiting to unleash its fury. I stood at the precipice of history, the ghosts of my past and the flickering hopes of my future entwined in a delicate dance, waiting for the final act to unfold. In the midst of a storm, the rain lashes against the window panes of the Tuileries Palace, each drop a reminder of the impending chaos. I stand there, drenched not in water but in anxiety, as the echoes of shouting crowds bleed through the fabric of history. Louis Philippe I, our so-called citizen king, paces the dimly lit chamber like a caged tiger, his brow furrowed with a weight that seems to crush the very air around us. I remember the moment when he turned to face me, eyes aflame with the shadows of doubt and determination. "I must be the calm in this storm," he whispered, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. Outside, revolution rumbles like thunder, each roar of the populace a heartbeat of unrest. This man, a king born of the people yet estranged from his own blood, teeters on the precipice of despair. I feel the pulse of history, that rhythmic thumping of hearts yearning for freedom, bleeding into the very stones of the palace. Time is both a friend and an enemy, and each second ticks away like a countdown to an unknown fate. Then there's Metternich, that shadowy puppet master of Europe, lurking like a ghost in the corners of power, a man whose very name chills the bones. His eyes, sharp and calculating, seem to see through the layers of pretense that blanket the continent. He watches Louis Philippe with a hawk's intensity, poised to swoop down and seize upon any weakness. "You're a mere illusion, my friend," he might say, a smirk dancing upon his lips, as he plots the downfall of all who would dare to challenge the old world order. The air crackles with the tension of their rivalry, each glance a duel, each silence a scream. And then there's an unlikely ally, a woman named Sophie, caught in the crossfire of their ambitions. She is a fevered dream of hope and despair, a fierce spirit trapped in a world of men. I remember watching her as she moved through the chaotic halls, her laughter ringing like a bell, piercing the gloom. Yet behind her smile lies a tempest, a relentless ache for justice that drives her to the brink of madness. "What is a king without the will of the people?" she would insist, her voice rising above the din, creating ripples in the fabric of their reality. She is both a beacon and a burden, a reminder of everything that could be lost. "Do you feel it?" she asks one evening, the moonlight spilling through the window, illuminating her face in spectral glow. The world shifts beneath our feet. The tides of change are unstoppable. I remember nodding, my heart racing at the weight of her words, knowing full well the price of such change. I see her now, standing between Louis and Metternich, a fragile flame against the brutal winds of fate, her very existence a paradox, both a promise and a threat. The clock ticks mercilessly. Each second is laced with fear, a countdown to confrontation that lingers in the air. Louis Philippe, in his frock coat and cravat, feels the weight of his title like an anchor dragging him down into the abyss. What does it mean to rule? He whispers to himself, as if seeking solace in the silence, yet the question hangs like smoke, suffocating him. I feel his struggle, the pain of a man who wears his crown like a shackle, burdened by the expectations of a world that demands more than he knows how to give. As the night deepens, Sophie's resolve hardens. The people are restless, Louis, she says, her voice low but fierce, like the crackle of a flame. You must understand that your throne is built on the very hopes you dismiss. If you falter, they will rise. I watch as her eyes blaze, a fire igniting within, and I can't help but be swept away by her passion. Her belief that change is not only necessary but inevitable dances in the air, wrapping around us like a shroud. But with every moment of clarity comes the gnawing fear of what it all means. What will happen when the people rise? Will they wield their pitchforks against him, the king who once stood for their dreams but now seems to falter? The tension mounts, each heartbeat a countdown to chaos. The shadows in the room seem to grow, dark figures lurking, embodying the ghosts of fallen monarchs and the specters of revolution that haunt every decision made in this gilded cage. Then, as if the very stars themselves have conspired against us, the clash erupts, a cacophony of shouts, of cries for justice, a symphony of despair that swells until it drowns out the very room. Louis stands frozen, a statue amidst a whirlwind, while Sophie urges him forward, her hands trembling but resolute. You must lead them, Louis. Be the voice of the people, not the echo of a dying regime. There it is, the heart of the matter, the pulse of desperation echoing off the walls. Louis Philippe is a man divided. He fears the chaos but craves the liberation of the soul. The sharp contrast of his ambition against the stark reality of the people's anger rips through him like a dagger. I remember, he murmurs, but the words choke in his throat. Memories of a time when the streets were not awash with blood, when dreams were not drenched in despair. Each moment expands, stretching like the very fabric of reality, as we stand on the cusp of a revolution neither of us can hope to control. The past collides with the present, and the future becomes a dark void filled with uncertainty. Louis Philippe, Metternich, and Sophie, each one caught in the web of their own making, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. Time marches on, relentless and unforgiving, as the shadows deepen and the storm rages outside, leaving nothing but a haunting silence in its wake.